already stressful enough getting it to work. Like, it was already stressful enough getting it to work, but it works now, so there's that. There's that at the very least. But how are you doing? Fickle was the first one here with Imagine being patient enough to wait hours for this stream. Don't you know it? And thank you for the stretch. Oh yeah, and the hydrate from before stream even started. Hey, look, my lateness was not my fault. I would like to plead the fifth. My lateness was not my fault. It was because the game is nasty and mean. And everything in between. Elvie's tired. They watch too much Apothecary Diaries. Is it good, though? Is it good? Because next on my list. There's no such thing as too much Apothecary Diaries. Everyone loves the Apothecary Diaries, alright, guys? Like, I hear so many good things. Look. Pig played it in complete darkness, which is a candle that survived. Hey! Pig can hide behind his pig and PNG tuber in the corner with a little pig. He can hide! He can hide! I can! I'm here! Look! There's no hiding from this! At all! That pretty bad! That's pretty bad! That not good! He played with the camera? No! No, I didn't! No, I didn't! No hiding. He played with camera, no hiding. Oh! Pig played with camera. Ah! Shit. Damn. Okay, pretty impressive. I'll give him that. Joe, you seem more spirited than usual, which is to you is wild. Me? More spirited? No, it's because I had an anxiety attack today. So all my anxiety from like weeks and weeks has all just come out. So like, bon appetit. You good, bro? I'm good now. There was a point at about 3:30 where I went, maybe I shouldn't stream. Somewhere around during the anxiety attack, I was, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh, what am I gonna do? I'm fine. Now, I'm fine now. Wasn't fine then, but I'm fine now, and that's what matters. Mood. Look, if I dwell on it too much, it becomes depressing. But on the plus side, just don't... Look how light and breezy I am! There's an octopus! Look, happy Octi! Distraction, distraction, distraction! Well, I wish you luck. You're gonna need it. I need all the luck. Finally making it a stream. Work has been keeping me from joy. That's just a sad reality. Work's just been keeping me from joy. That's the wrong one! That's the Jurassic Park theme! That's no... me. That's not a sad violin! That is hype, right? That's not a sad violin, that's hype. Sometimes I wonder what brain comes into my lollers. My brain, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, check it all about. Insert other theatrical words here. Balloon someday, definitely balloon someday. But I hope work hasn't stressed you out too much. I hope you've still been able to enjoy some aspects of your life as well, Ranch. And I'm glad to see you. It's always nice to see you when you get to pop in. Which amnesia you're playing? The first one, The Dark Descent, which is, from what I am told, the first one. Let's not plead the fifth means. Good. Ranch, appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate you, absolutely. Your name gets added to the list once more. The list continues. You get to pick another game for me to add to the list of games I must play on stream. And I've got a few minutes to catch up to chat, so you'll be fine. Wondered why the stream was silent and unmoving, and turns out I had it paused. That's how it works here. You good, bro? I am always good. I will be fine. I'm fine if you want to talk. I really appreciate that. That honestly means a lot. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just... I've had a long week. I've had a long week and a bit of a stressful week. BP going crazy. I swear to God, if this is my heart rate on a day-to-day basis, what is my blood pressure? Right? If that's my heart rate. If that's my heart, what is like what is like what? How? What could possibly happen? Monster Hunter Stories 3 came out, so my free time has been into that epic. Is it good? Is it good? Because I'm going to play Monster Hunter Stories 1 relatively soon. But at the moment, we're playing Monster Hunter on Sundays, Monster Hunter World on Sundays, and we're playing Wild West game the rest of the week. Wild Arms 3. For those who are unaware, we're playing Wild Arms 3 the rest of the week. And Wild Arms 3 is just Giddy Up Horsey, but the game. And it's honestly great. It's great. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2, except, you know, turn-based combat, you know. Such is life. Slithers on in. It's Mr. Panworm. Slithering in. Dum 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 dum. Mr. Panworm. He knows where he's been. Dum 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 dum. He knows that we know. Mr. Panworm, how does it go? You know what? I am massively proud of that one. That was off the cuff, off the cuff, off the cuff. I am proud. That one isn't just proud. I am extortionate happy about that one. That one is, honestly, I feel like I should be proud of this one. That was a good one. That was almost worthy. You are getting so much better. Someone put him on stage. It's almost like I have a degree in stage. It's not quite stage. It's technically called acting. Acting. I have a degree. I have a legit degree in pretend. Do you need a doctor? I could pretend to be a doctor. Just. Oh, I fear for everybody involved in this. I fear for everyone involved in this. 100%. This has been chaos already, and I'm loving it. Right. Monster, good luck, alright? Yeah, yeah, have luck. The good one. The good, alright, this is the good one. Wait, how, there's like 7 Amnesia games. Is there only one good one? Like, is there only one good one? Animal Crossing New Horizons to help the heart? Yeah, but what's the aim? I'm down. I love Animal Crossing New Horizons. I have it here. I have it here. I have a physical copy I had, because the last time I played Animal Crossing New Horizons, I was with my ex-fiance. I was with that one, because she got me to play Animal Crossing New Horizons. I think she actually wiped my town. That's factual. She took my Animal Crossing town and wiped it. And that was enough to get divorce proceedings. That's a lot. That's my level of petty. Like, I don't even think it was petty. I think it was like, she didn't get a physical copy of Animal Crossing and wanted mine and wanted more islands. So decided to just steal my Switch and delete my... It's like a sibling. It's like a sibling who decided that they were going to delete your Pokemon game because they wanted to play Pokemon. It was a kind of like that, where she just did that. It's kind of worse than sibling. Yeah, I trusted her. You know what a sibling is capable of. Evil shit. To help with the heart, everyone. Yeah, I probably do need the help with the heart, to be honest. I do, maybe I do need it. Maybe I do. Everyone's heart rate is different, so, but I do worry. I mean, I worry too. It's my heart. I worry about this. Let me send you a not there, rock on. He doesn't well. Send in a get well soon, rock on from me. Hubby, you're in our thoughts. Rock on and do well. Yeah, we'll stick with it. Just Monster Free is so good. Oh, damn. I can't wait to play number 1. I can't wait to play number 1. I don't actually know how far away it is. I don't think it's that far. Depends on how long I spend in all these long games. Me and my friend got to play together, but it turns out it doesn't have multiplayer like the first 2. Oh, that sucks. That is sucky. I don't like that. That is sucky. Red Dead Redemption 2 is on Steam sale. I need to finish Red Dead Redemption 2. I need to start from scratch, I think, on Red Dead Redemption 2 and play again. Do you get to hijack a train? I don't know. We did start the game on a train, though. 100% we did start there. Robbie! How are you doing, buddy? How are you doing? Nice to see you, my friend. Welcome on in. How is life treating you? I hope it is doing you well. I am curious about your heart rate. Same. LV's there sending some links to scare me. Fairy in the Irish sense. Oh, God. And Monster Stories 3 is so fun. There's nothing they love more than the massively exaggerated kinship attacks. Oh. No refunds. We're serious with the panic today and the nervousness of streaming, but it does worry me when it's above 100. The record is 133. The record is like 133. I don't tend to get nervous about streaming. If you think about a general week for me, I stream for give or take 20 hours, 20 plus hours a week. I am here. If you think about, like, most people sleep 7 hours a week, 7 hours a day, 7, 14, 21, 42, 7, 14, 21, 42 plus 40, 49. 49 hours is, the half of the time I spend asleep, I spend streaming, and then there's time I'm awake. And I probably spend about 4 or 5 hours a week in the gym. So a lot of my life is here. This is the biggest other chunk of my life. Is there's sleep, then there's stream. There should be a third thing. Yes, that's gym. Although this week it's been anime. I've had a great time. All I've done is watch anime. I'm loving life. And I've been playing Expedition 33. The third thing is the elusive 5 AM. I'm actually doing well on Expedition 33. I won't say where I'm at, but it's past a place called Haute Lumiere, and I'm going to islands to fight things that have faces. And I beat one of the things with faces. And I think that's enough of a hint for if you people have played Expedition 33 will know what I mean, but not quite a big enough hint that people will think I'm spoiling something. I don't want to talk about 5 AM. What's fucking 5 AM? I had a day today. I had to go pick. I was in the gym. I was in the gym by 20 to 9. I was in Curry's PC World by 10 to 10, and I was in work at 20 past 10. What a morning of just driving around the city in a circle. I've never played or watched Amnesia, so I'm excited to see it. I'm honestly very interested to see what the game is going to be like, and we will get there now in a minute. Appreciate the lurk, Mr. Panworm. Stay safe, my dude. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, so it was a lot of work to go through, that, like, to get my island. Yeah, 100%. It's kind of worse than siblings. I'm telling you as someone who is petty as fuck, that is petty. Yeah. It wasn't a good relationship. We've gone on to better things on both sides. And, yeah. She went away and got herself help, and I got free. So yeah. So yeah, there's sides to it. Maybe you could visit Viewer Islands or like Villager Hunt. They're pretty relaxing to me. Those are pretty nice. I like both of those ideas. You know what we could do? We'll do a stream. I like this. We will go villager hunting as the stream. I'm in for this. Fix my island up, and we'll create a list of people. We'll do it ahead of time. We'll do a list of people who want to show off their islands and give you a time to do it. We'll create an itinerary of people we're going to visit the streams of. I like this. I like this idea. This is you are a genius, Ranch. Why were the times very sad? I was so sad. I loved my villagers. My sibling did that. I'd conk him on the head with a rock. Do it in the forest, and do it in the forest, but do it with a branch. You'll never get caught. I mean, there's no crime here. Allegedly. I was that sibling once when I was little, actually. I wasn't. My sister deleted so much of my shit. She probably used your copy to get a fruit she didn't have and hard reset your island about 10 times. Yeah, that scans. That scan. The amount of island and fruit. She restarted. I remember this. I remember this distinctly. When she got Animal Crossing, she reset her island 4 times to get the fruit that she started with. the fruit that she started with. In her first time she played all the way back on like the DS. This was also the fan fiction writer, so it, you know, in essence, like the one that was like got a little bit of traction on Wattpad, like that one. Like, so maybe there was a bit of an ego. There was. I love the new start feel of Pokemon Emerald and Fire Black back in the end and Fire back in the day. I really enjoy like Pokemon games that like had so much energy to them in like aura. I think they had way more aura to their start screens than they do now. In my opinion, you know. The mods that are free, MC actually talks in this game, which is so cool. So they've ditched silent protagonist. I like this. Okay, I'm color me intrigued. Story is better than the past games though, so it's fine. It doesn't have multiplayer to me. I mean, I guess it's, you know, 6 of one, 6 of another. I'm only child, so I channel my pettiness on people who wrong me. So note to self. Note to self. Do not wrong Tallycat. You will be petified completely. Noted. Hubby says you're a giant under Titan with a cart of gold. He's sappy. Damn! Rock on, Hubby. You're too nice to me, man. You're too nice to me, man. I love it, dude. Thank you, man. Rock on. This guy's full in New Vegas is currently 89 pence. That's such a particular thing. I'm so happy with that. That's so cool. Who's daddy? Monoko, Gustavo, Verso? Verso. Now, don't get me wrong. Gustav's alright, but Verso is daddy. Yep, I'm on my island now. I need to work on my island more. I reset it, but I never worked on it that much. That's reasonable. Sorry, antisocial. My island is my island. Hey, it's fine. I need to renew my Nintendo Online, Wolf. Yeah, I'll for that kind of case, I'll do it as a community day, and we'll do it as like a nice. We'll schedule it in. Thank you for the stretch as well, Junkie. I can see that. Got a wheel spin for Alien now in a minute. I use my real name on my Animal Crossing island. It's literally so close to my username, but privacy. New island it is. Can you not have a second character on the island, or is it risky? When were you starting? You stalling? Nope. I'm here. You should have written that note to yourself when I told the revenge story with the tuna. Good point. That's true. Excellent idea. There, they see. Look. Shit, guys, it's happened. Like a stopped clock gets the time right twice a day. Untitled gets a good idea once every year, right? Like a stopped clock, Untitled also gets a good idea every now and then. Wait, where's the wheel? I just loaded the wheel. What's it gone? You're too hard to the brain cell collided. Hello, mystery girl. You could have started that with, oh my god, I miss you. And you chose violence. You chose to hate on me. Well, anyway, let's play Spin the Wheel. This is Alien. Alien chose to play Spin That Wheel. Now, we're doing a wheel of spin. Please keep going. Would you have me any other way? Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Frankly. Depends on the day, frankly, 100%. Licorice pepper shot. Hey, why can't I spin again? Cool down. Oh no, Mystery Girl's discovered cooldown. How sad. Anyway, I'm such a pest, and I'm okay with this. Permanent cool? Nah, it's like, I don't know, a couple of minutes. I actually don't know how long the cooldown is. It's my wheel! I don't have a clue how long it is! Such a pest, and I'm okay with this. Alright, another wheel spin. Let's play Spin That Wheel, spin the wheel. I said let's play Spin That Wheel. Oh baby, let's spin the wheel. Let's play Spin That Wheel, spin that wheel. I said let's play Spin That Wheel. Oh, let's spin the wheel. Please let me spin it to cry, and I can't, so I have another outlet. I don't even know. I want to ask why you want to cry. I don't know if I want to ask why you want to cry. Thought about work. Don't. You're not working till Thursday. Don't think about it too intently. You're not working till Thursday. Hot sauce. Hot sauce. Chuck Norris didn't need to go to heaven. He made heaven on earth. Rip Chuck Norris. Look, I specifically requested Tuesday and not Thursday. I don't know. You got Thursday and Saturday. You get it? Can I just forward it? Does that work? There we go. I just ordered it. So, that's it. Right, anyway. Same with the road. Right. That's done. Right. We're all caught up, which can only mean one thing. It means I have to, now, unfortunately, I have to do this. Amnesia should not be played. Just cover that. Oh no, it shouldn't be played. Oh well, alright, all deaf all guys. All deaf. Focus on immersing yourself in the game's world and story. Do not worry about when and how to save during gameplay. The game will take care of that for you. When you want to leave the game, just choose save and exit. You can use continue to return to where you left off. I hate this. The world of Amnesia is a dangerous place, and you are extremely vulnerable. Do not try to fight the enemies encountered. Instead, you shall well, I'm fucked, aren't I? Wits? What wits? What wits do I have? Answer, none. Oh, I'm gonna fucking die. I'll use the slider low to do so. Adjust it using the square, alright? Also, make sure to play in a dark room and I'm wearing headphones. That'll do. Oh no, look. Enter the name of profile. Bob. I'm telling you, I can't. So this is a game where this is a no links game. Because I can't get out. I'm not risking breaking the game for links. I have to alt out of this every time and we know from flat out that could risk breaking the game. I've had a great time getting all these games to work for stream, and I'm very scared about what LV's sending. I'm not doing hard mode. There's no fucking way I'm doing. We're doing normal mode. We're doing normal mode. We're doing normal mode, and then we're gonna play cancelled. That's what we're doing.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done?
Is the volume okay?
Crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop.
Oh, this is already going to make me sick. Yes.
My name is... I am Daniel.
I think his name is Daniel, chap. I think his name might be Daniel, chat. Unsure, but I think his name might be Daniel. And I think he was from me. Nah, can't be. Nah, it's too on the nose. Daniel was actually his twin brother, and he was switched at birth because Daniel actually was the key to the plot, but unfortunately, because he's not Daniel, he can never be as good as his brother. He's just a A memento has been added to your journal. Oh, can I use a controller? Aha, much better. I can now. I don't have to use this shitty computer. I can put my feet up, chap. I could do this. And who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me? What could please don't elevate your feet. Who's gonna stop? To be fair, if I had it my way, I'd have like a way to like put my feet up. under the... Well, you wouldn't notice. I think this is a castle. Now, I tell you what. I know a man who would make short work of this. I know a man who would make short work of this. What the fuck's this? What? Well, grabbing an object, press right or left to throw it. Okay. Okay. This is a place. I think this is a, what did, follow the liquid trail and find the source. Tinderbox, okay. Just give me the alphabet that you'll need to throw objects to distract unwanted. Yeah. It's probably gonna be a case of I hate this so much already. This feels so bad. I would like to take this, please. Thank you. Oh my god, look, there's a chair. Bye, chair. And hiding cupboards, oh god. Okay, chat. 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 It's just us, right? It's just us, right? It's just us here, right? So just us here, right, guys? Have this. Have this. At what point will I nope out of this game? An hour in, 2 to 3. I've just discovered I can do this on my phone, so this is why we do because I can't switch. 2 to 3 hours in, 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. Somehow he beats the game. And somehow someone actually thinks that's possible. I'm impressed that there's somebody out there who has faith in me. I'm legit. I'm legit. Legit. Didn't see that coming. Why have I got a health? Oh wait, so I have sanity. Oh, for... You think I'll fall for that? Your polls are a scat. Hey, look, we learned from the last mistake of the poll. This time we do things better, okay? Like, but we got, apparently, I've got to worry about sanity. Oh my fucking god. I'm surprised you guys haven't started calling me the Untitled Scammer or something. Why is that? Oh, it's, You and Tina are the scam streamers? What's Tina done to scam? What the friggin' like? This game is a scam. I got this game for free, so I do not care. Appreciate the look, Ilian. Stay safe, dude. Hope all is better with the rabbits today. She has a scam command and everything. The girl is the biggest scam artist ever. Just the You know what? I knew there was a reason I liked Tina. Standing in darkness or standing with silly drain. Turn on lights, the environment, using tinderbox or search for other light sources. Right, so my sanity is gonna get worse. A slight headache. So my sanity gets worse because shit happens. That's not. I don't like this. What? And this game is apparently good. Darkness. You need light. LV has faith that I'm gonna actually. A fragrant taste of rose in his mouth. Turkish delights. Wasn't paying attention. Am I just gonna die from sanity? Like, maybe I should just make it go insane at this point. Would at least be somewhat entertaining if he just went completely batshit. My filter will can turn on by pressing X. Okay. So the head is pounding and hands are shaking. You need light. In the wise words of Vanos Gaming, look who's late again. You're not wrong. How are you doing, Alator? How you doing, dude? Did that advice help, by the way? Did that advice I give you help, or have you not tried yet? If it doesn't work, let me know and I'll or if you get stuck, give me a shout and I'll do what I can. I'll always try and help if I can. Picked up oil, good.
19th of August.
Oh, they're red!
I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak. And
What a
yours,
good way to start.
young and strong. He will be no match for you.
What a good way to start. His
One
body is
last
old and
thing.
weak.
A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can.
I'm fucked.
Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
Oh, fuck. Okay. That's insane. Like to add, 2 to 3 hours is now the current winner, with 91% of the vote, and 100 channel points up to play for. 9% of the vote, which I think is at this point is just LV, has gone for somehow he beats the game. I'm just saying. Oh boy, I'm making food because I didn't have lunch because of the short shift, so I haven't tested yet. All good, dude. Just if you got any issues, just give me a shout. No. Oh, scam. How am I scamming? He fell to the kitchen floor. Tears were beginning to well in his eyes. You see the fierce kick in the stomach. Hazel remained hidden. Fear she too would be punished. How is it a scam? Cheers, LV. Appreciate the thought there.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the... what did you call it?
Oh, God.
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
Okay. Mildly concerning. Mildly concerning, chat. Okay. We're only mildly concerned as of this minute. Does that mean we're not concerned at all? No, of course we are. I'm not dumb. Like, mildly, wildly. Mildly, wildly. The age-old 6 or 7. You know, who knows? Mildly, wildly, one or the other. One or the other. Huh. Not going there, then. Now, where are we going? I'm not gonna say that reminds me of. Yeah, probably was. Laboratory. Wine cellar. I have crystal clear sanity. Go me. Go me, I've got crystal... Go me, I've got crystal clear sanity right now. Crystal clear san... All is like doors I can't go in at the moment. Okay. I don't know where to go, chat. I don't know where to go. Do I need a torch? It's so dark. Nappy! How you doing, dude? How you doing, dude? Let's give Nappy a shout out, sorry. How you doing, buddy? I'm totally not trying to like stall. I wouldn't. Can't believe anyone would insinuate that I would stall at all. Just tired from work? Damn, dude. No, I can imagine like you must work probably quite stressful. I had a very similarly stressful day at work, and I'm so glad it's over. I am so glad it's over, and I don't want to go back. No, I'm leaving. No, I'm leaving. Shadows not allowed. Nevy's like, nope, that's it. I deny. I deny. I am not a fan. You are not allowed to do the shoutouts to me. I said so. It's like, cool. Maybe 6. Maybe 7. Maybe 6. Maybe 7. I don't know. Who knows? Certainly not me. Certainly not me. Nappy, bring in the whole thing. Yes, I'm stalling. Yes, I don't want to play this game. Because I'm scared. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I have no... I don't know. I don't know.
16th of May, 1839.
I don't like that noise,
The
neither do I.
unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber.
Okay.
No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
So is this guy... Is this set in the 18th century?
Don't worry, fear is just a reaction to something scary. Try giving whatever scares you fear back. One easy way is using a howitzer. Everyone is scared of howitzers, therefore win.
Cool. Cool, I think. Will contact. Cool. '19th century. Okay. like how you're trying to like justify. Like theatre me fickle, and I kind of do not understand.
17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write.
So many
Feel the need
diaries,
to
Daniel.
document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger.
Dearest diary.
Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
I was trapped. I mean, I was trapped. I'm sorry. That's such a memeable line. I'm sorry. You're not supposed to decide to accept? Okay. All right. Okay. Fine. Fine. You still have a game to pick, Fickle, by the way. Don't forget that. Don't forget that, buddy. Heart rate looking good. Heart rate looking good. I mean, what is it? Oh, it's quite low. It's quite low down. This game has stopped scaring me so much now. At least to a certain level. Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Really? You're gonna make me play Hello Kitty Island? You could have picked anything, Fickle. You could pick anything. And you chose Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hey, look, it's your choice. You do you, buddy. But I'm allowed to find that questionable. Like I'm like, you do you, buddy. You pick the game. I'll play it, right? Me just barely acknowledging things and just walking on with my day.
May 1839.
The hell's happening?
After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
You know, I was always told we should walk away from the light. I was always told we should walk away from the light. If you're walking to the light, that's... Oh. I have no choice. I was always told to walk... Oh, don't walk towards the light! Here we are!
Waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light.
Oh, God. Hello, Joker Potato. Welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome to watching me absolutely shit myself playing this game. Is the light the reason we have this amnesiac personality and seem to be living some kind of...
I reached out, closing it in my hands.
Circular... Is it a circle?
Escaped my fingers.
Are we living in a circle?
Brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
I have a slight headache.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the walls. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble, and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs.
Okay.
Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
Sure. Fragile, but not breakable by hand.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
What the fuck? Another region witch with folklore? Okay. I would say I've watched something like this before, but I'm not sure. It might have been Amnesia. Hi, Belf. That was a good one. It was a good one. How you doing, buddy? How are you doing, buddy? I have no clue what I'm doing. I just want to leave this area now. I have no clue what I'm doing, and I really am not a fan. Nothing bad has even happened yet. Decent. Not sure if I've said that yet, but cup I think I finally closed. But the cup I think I finally closed completely a few days ago. Ah, no, you did tell us. I think you told us. I think the day it happened as well. Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm stuck here. Fuck's sake! Now what? But I'm glad that's finally healed, man. Because that was not the best. At all for you, because that was, yeah, definitely. I remember you doing it. Read diary, hence. Sure. Region, all of them have their interesting the tales with some no use to the peer, the gatherers, the visitor undone, the immortal baron. Ah, so much reading! Quiet. There are no use to keep it reappearing. The story reaches all the way back to the time of 30 Years' War. I don't understand. Can we push it? Can we? Can we? Does the book go in? Oh, I heard something. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. It's a puzzle. I've worked it out. Yay! Go me. I've worked out the puzzle. Yes! I did smart thing. I solved the puzzle. Honestly, by complete accident. I didn't even realize I was in a... Wilhelm and his fools have endangered my research long before. Enough with the absent-minded handling of the human vessels. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye on the forest and keeping my trusty servants. Okay. It just seems like an angry man. What's open now? Of fucking course. Of course. So now the monsters are knocking around, okay? Did all of that, and now the monsters are kicking around. The hell? Another gunk again. That must have been the thing hit me. I didn't even remember coming. I couldn't even remember where we were. Like, I'm not legit. I have no fucking clue. I had zero clue where I were. All is good. I mean, all is good might be a. Might be a loose term. I'm. Cheers, LV. I don't think I need to be here yet, so I'm gonna just go. In fact, I'm gonna just go. I don't want to be here. Maybe we should just play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. What do we think? What are you guys thinking? I wouldn't be opposed to just going and playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I wouldn't care. In fact, I think that's the best idea. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I've never. Maybe we should have just been playing a Hello Kitty Island Adventure all along.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
I don't even know what this is. Oh, fuck. There's dead shit in here. Lots of dead shit in here. Oh my god.
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst.
Chest
God,
jumper
Wilhelm,
thing.
do something.
Who's the Wilhelm? And why was...
Getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit, let us out of here.
Akorija. My name is Wilhelm, House of Geddek. These are my final words of confession and testament. 2 years ago, I was summoned to the castle Brenneberg. As most of the aristocracy, I was curious about what the supposed knight of the order would want with me and invite me. Accepted the invitation. The Baron was friendly and offered me a proposition. It dawned on me the nature of the contract was sordid, and the reason I was chosen was because of the follies of my past and not the honors I've been rewarded with during my time as a soldier. Turner would attest to my character in the royal course, advancing my position within noble society. When I came that I struggled with my decision. Damn. By the way, Trump met Japanese Prime Minister and made Pearl Harbor jokes. And is anyone surprised?
What was that?
A fucking cop! Am I dead? My lantern is now fully restored, which is good. Okay, there's enough lighting here for that to be slightly, like, sorted. Right. Huh. Eats cake. Yep, I wish I was you right now. Ah! Press right mouse and left back. What if I push it? Well, that ain't gonna fucking work, is it? Game's like, give it an extra push! Do it! There you go. Of course. This game, I have thoughts. Like, is this the game with Slender Man? Is this the game that everyone I knew play as a teenager? Because he's gone now. Don't know where he's gone, but he's gone somewhere. I think that's the last of the... I think that's the last of what I needed here. I think. I'm unsure. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm guessing. At best I'm guessing. What? Ow. Why is everywhere I go getting infected with this goosh? sanity. Crystal clear. My sanity is crystal clear. My sanity is clear. Ish. Adjacent. Men say you should watch it. That is to be fair, that is a good point. I should be keeping an eye on my sanity. But, holy fuck. I don't even know what to say. I know what to say. I'd rather play Spin That Wheel than carry on playing this. Look. I don't, no judgment, no hate, no whatever, right? No win. That's a good start for me. Like, no judgment, no hate. But this is weird, and I don't know how I feel about it. Does that make sense? Like, it's in like, I don't know how I feel about it, but I know I'm unsettled. Is that? Which is, I guess, in fairness, it's doing exactly what it says it wanted to. It's doing exactly what it said it wanted to do. I think. I think. You should read all the diary's letters and don't run everywhere. Yeah, hard pass. Hard pass. Because I feel like I want to run everywhere. Because that makes logical sense. That makes more logical sense to run everywhere, and not die. I like the concept. I like not dying, right? I like not being dead. You know what I mean? I like not being dead. Me. Okay. This is a 2-stream game as well. I'm gonna fucking die. I'm gonna die. Plays the world's tiniest violin. God damn, I'm done with horror games. I warned you wouldn't do it into one stream. I'm detecting a hint of, do I really need to play the game? Oh, we're right hour and a half into stream now. What can we do? We could play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That would be grand. Actually, I think we should do what Fickle said and play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That would be. I think that's a great. We should play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. I'd love to do that. That'd be great. No. LV's like, no, you will finish the game. Well, how long can it be, really? There's like 4 rooms. What happens when I go to the laboratory? Oh no, everything's go. Oh no, big monster. Oh, scary. Oh, no. What happens? What happens? Get a laboratory. It always ends in a laboratory. I've played Resident Evil. I know what it's about. Go to the laboratory, get an RPG, blow it up, done. It's just a tech demo, isn't it? Gotta be. It's just a tech demo. Right? 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 All right. I don't know. How much more stalling can I do? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, chat, how much stalling do you think I'm capable of doing? Because I think I'm pretty good at that. I think we can stall quite profusely, you know. I think I could continue stalling for the next 4 hours. A tablespoon of the last dab and you can end the stream. You keep stalling, I cough on you. That's just rude, that is. That's just rude. That's rude. That's rude. Rude, that is. That's rude. Absolute rude, that is. Although, to be fair, we'll keep that tablespoon of the last dab in the back pocket. That's... Welcome to my get out of jail free card. That's... You got whatever weird disease I picked up from the western lands of Brent? The fuck is Brent? Where the hell is Brent? I hear Brent, I think of David Brent. To be fair, I ain't going down that the south. That's... I ain't leaving my safety net of the south at the moment. Of Wales. There's been like a massive like meningitis outbreak from a super spreader event at a nightclub. And I'm just sat here now going, oh damn. That's a thing? Stop, I'm so scared of that outbreak. Yeah, it's too real, isn't it? It's too real. No, I logically do not have meningitis B because I am not in Kent. Are you a bit like me, though? You're a bit like a germaphobe or like a hypochondriac to the point where you're like, if you get any form of like symptom of it, you just immediately jump to the worst thing. I don't get ill very often, right? So I'm very the same as you. I very rarely get sick. I very rarely do. When I get sick, I'm usually bedbound. I'm usually and to be fair, since I'm the same. Yeah. I imagine we're very similar in that regard. But what I find insane about that is since I've started streaming, I haven't been sick. Because if I was obviously sick, I wouldn't stream because I'd just sleep, right? Because I'm like saying, like, even from like a mental health perspective, I wouldn't stream because, like, you know, like you can't necessarily be, you know, on top form. But when you're actually ill, you haven't got the energy to look after yourself, to deal with that. And I've not actually been ill for stream, which means I haven't been ill for about 3 years. I remember my last illness. I remember it well, actually. I lived with my nan at the time, as I was helping care for her, and that was rough in and of itself. But I couldn't go downstairs because that's where she lived, unless I had to mask up. So I was ill, and bless her, she couldn't remember that I was unwell. She couldn't remember I was unwell, which, bless her, she really couldn't remember. And she had a doorbell that was connected to upstairs, that was for me to come and get, and she would just ring the doorbell all day. My uncle came in and found her just ringing the doorbell, and she just was like, he's not responding. And he just went, he's ill. If I came downstairs, I was like in pajamas, in a mask. I couldn't go near it because obviously she was like, I couldn't risk giving her anything. But bless her, she couldn't remember that, and we were mad at her for that. She just couldn't remember. But it was rough. It was the worst bit. It was because it wasn't like I wasn't just sick. I wasn't just sick. I was also unable to rest because it was bad. But yeah, my last big illness, I went down the day after I went home to my parents for Christmas a couple of years ago, and I did not recover fully until New. Oh God. Yeah, that is bad. I'm out for about a week, right? If I'm 5 days, pretty standard. I'm pretty standard out for 5 days, right? Like I'm standard. If I'm ill, 5 days I'm out. Gone, written off, done. Infinito, the end. I'm done. Like if for 5 days, I'm just dead to the world. Give or take. Day 5 might be a bit more like light stuff. As I'm getting back into my feeling myself. But yeah, 5 days right off. Every time I'm ill, at the very least, 5 days right off. I'm usually gonna fight things off there pretty well. The child just seems to be always looking after me. Chronic illness life. Yeah. Well, to be fair though, you're like allergic to milk and have a gluten intolerance, which are basically autoimmune diseases. Which is not good, but if you're like that's you're technically classed as immunocompromised at that point. So yeah, you naturally have a weaker immune system. Power through a lot of my chronic symptoms and act like I'm a normal, which like is not a good thing to do. It's really difficult, and the world isn't really set up in any way, shape, or form, and it's not a good thing. The world isn't set up to support people who have any form of chronic symptoms and chronic pain or chronic illnesses. It just isn't set up in that way, and it just completely disregards the fact that people are people, and not everybody's life. You know, and the thing is, we've developed a world where everyone works 5 days a week. 8.5 hours a day. That doesn't work for everyone, and that's from mental perspectives, it's from energy perspectives, it's from you know, every aspect of life is built around the idea that everyone can operate at 100% efficiency at 100% of the time, which doesn't necessarily work, and lots of people have chronic issues that need to be looked at, and the world is unfortunately not geared up for that, and that's kind of insane to think that we built a world where we assume that every single person can be 100% of the time on top form, which isn't true. Throws a bunch of dust and pollen in Toll's face for stalling. It's fine. I took my medication, so I'm fine. My allergy to milk is not the problem. The endo wrecked my gut and is an issue in itself. That is true. That is true. I think the endo does definitely want to kill you. That's my belief. Also entitled, I did book another GP appointment, so win. That is a win. My GP only responds to emergencies, but only if they can't fob it off with the pharmacist. Hey, I've said that I'd happily go with you and sit in the corner and just be like, smile, nod, I'm man. I am designated support man. Which is a stupid thing, because any female presenting or female people out there, you kind of have to take your token man to the doctors with you, which in and of itself is pretty, like, going to the doctors is not, like, a nice thing to do. Finding a time that you can get designated man to go with you, also difficult, and then also slightly odd that this, like me, obviously I'm still Mystery Girl's partner, but at the same time, Mystery Girl doesn't need to speak to me about every part of their medical history. I don't need to know. It's not my that's not my details to know. At the end of the day, if Mystery Girl wants me there, that's one thing. But it's not a want at this point in the medical field. It's a desire. It's a need. Now, if I don't go, then by default, Mystery Girl's probably going to get worse treatment than if I do. And that just is insane. That's medical misogyny for you. It's something that I've come to discover is quite frequent, and lots of people have designated man that goes to the doctors with them. But the fact of the matter is, we should not have a system where that is the default. Where you have to go, and most people, not everyone is lucky enough to have a partner that will go with them, and which means you have to rely on a friend. Which means, you know, you've got to be a close friend at that point, you know? It's insane. I'm back at my home GP, which, like, I've not had a good experience in the past, but I'm at my wit's end, so I'm not taking no for an answer. You show him. Yeah, I don't have a token, man, so I'm going in solo. That is a problem. My Wi-Fi started working. MF! How are you doing, MF? How are you doing today, MF? How's life treating you? What's up? Might have to wait 3 weeks for an appointment, but because work is shocking for rotas, I can't even plan anything 1 week in advance, and if I dare book 1 day off, I lose the scrap of shifts. Yeah. Time a doc forgot to remove a few stitches, like 3 out of 13. Rub the others out of really painfully, and hubby did the forgotten stitches out painlessly and quicker, and he never did that before. God. MF's like, I'm here! I've done it! I've got the Wi-Fi working! Down, 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 down. We got a wheel spin to do, though, a moment, so let's see what horrible thing am I gonna do this time? What horrible thing am I gonna do this time? What horrible thing am I gonna do this time? What horrible thing are we doing now? Horrible thing are we doing now? Horrible thing that we are doing. Horrible thing. And oh, horrible thing. Horrible thing. But yes, it's hot out, and like, I'm gonna die. I have to work today, and that's kind of all I had in my art class. Not a good day. Not a good day for you. Not a good day for you. To be fair, I was in work all day. It was busy. It was like the people came in. They spent a lot of money because it was, and like there wasn't the luxury of, and I was on my own basically. So I wasn't very happy. Hot. Between a joke of the GP and a joke of people at work, I may have to jump in the sea for a more efficient solution. Yep. Just got out again, but anyway, I found my school bag, and 3 days I ended up bringing my Psyduck bag. You have a Psyduck bag? I need to see the Psyduck bag. At least it was in your friend's car, though. That's good. That's good. For everyone else in the sea, Mystery Girl doesn't. Mystery Girl goes to the laziest option. They're like, you know what? I can throw everyone in the sea, or I can throw me in the sea. I'll go for me. That sounds like less work. To be fair, yes, you're joking. Yes, Mystery Girl wasn't there. I was doing all the work. Well, people were sat there having a meeting and just not watching the carnage unfold around me. I was not happy. The lot would throw themselves in the sea without me doing it for them. It's quicker just to do it myself. Right, I gotta go grab a drink, chat. I'll be right back, guys. Bear with me a minute. Okay, guys. Sure, do you want to get to my next class? Please do, I'd love it. Or when I'm leaving, because we'll get Wi-Fi's ass. That's okay. That's all good. I'd love to see it, though. 100%. Oh my god, that was so hot! I just keep extending my holiday to avoid them. She does, it's true. It's true. At the moment, Mystery Girl is due back Monday. What did he eat this time? I just came back. Hot sauce. One of the many ones. We got a new one. Got a new one called The Last Dab, which is from the Hot Ones. The Hot Ones, guys. The Hot Ones, guys. Apparently, it's like fucking ghost peppers. How you doing there, Robbie? How's life treating you, bud? But yeah. At the moment, Mystery Girl is due back Monday. I haven't checked to see if that's staying. I haven't checked to see if that's staying. Yeah, I remember that one. It's hot. It's hot. I'm sat here, guys, right? Hope she comes back. To be fair, if she doesn't come back, she's gonna stay in chat more, so... I'd assume she'll come back at some point. She is paying rent. I'd assume she's coming back at some point, because she is paying rent. Apparently. But yeah. Can we go back to playing Wild Arms? I liked Wild Arms. Wild Arms was nice. The fuck? Can I go back and play my cowboy game? I had this game on my Steam for like 15 years and I've never played it. You know what? I can see why. I've known about it for about 15 years, give or take, something like that. Yeah, no, 15 years would be about right. I got it for free through Epic at one point. I got it for free through Epic at some point. You know, I wouldn't necessarily say I recommend playing it. I wouldn't necessarily say I recommend playing it. It's very unsettling, very tense. Yeah, I'll be back. My mother gets on my nerves, and we're usually done with each other within 48 hours, so it says a lot about how much stress work was causing for me to stay here after a week and voluntarily stay longer. This is the thing, like, me and my dad can get on each other's nerves, but nah, I can be there for about 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks before. I think the thing is, though, I like my own space. I think the more I've been here, though, I like this. I can handle this space. Just think I'm done with a flat, to be brutally honest with you. I've just lived here a long time, you know? I've never not streamed anywhere else, though. I've never had another stream room. Right? So I think... And tell me if you guys think this is stupid or dumb. But when eventually the day comes that I leave this flat, this setup, right? We need to do a kick-ass, big farewell stream for this flat. Really, the bit you all see, but a little in memoriam, a little memory trip trip down memory lane to just remember all the good stuff, because we'll move on to something bigger and better. But then, obviously, we'll miss this place. This is where it all started. A lack of a chimney to probably vent the fumes from most of my recent experiments. Stainless told of many other less stable ingredients in storage. Emphasis on the bigger. I mean, yes, like... Bye-bye to the soundproof panels you got stashed on the side of the shelves. These are the ones that fell down. Like... So there was a point where there was one here. To be fair, I really only need them going up the wall, even there, to be honest. And there was one supposed to go here, which would be all of them, to make my little soundproof panel. The problem was, though, is it did make it sound a bit too boxy, so I had to kind of, like... There was a constant stream of fighting with it. And there's actually more under there, too. I'm trying to make it sound right. As someone who sleeps or tries to sleep in their next room, I can confirm they are not soundproof in the slightest. See, this is the thing people get it wrong. They're not soundproof panels. Sound still gets through. The idea is it's to kind of bounce the voice back to try and isolate the voice. It can still travel through it, but the aim is more or less to create a treated sound. Yeah. Cool story, bro. You asked.
There should be more coop racks. Let me see. And one part aquafortis.
Okay. What's this? Chemistry pot. So my third attempt to produce artificial vitae. A form of compound lack the potency I need. Experiments on solutions highly acid and instead of okay. What do I find? One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I wouldn't be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. The fuck is that? What is this game? Like, legit, what is this game supposed to be? But I will grant, I am impressed. I will grant, I am exceedingly impressed at the... What did we do? He's setting the bird of thirst. How do I... Use the... Oh, this is so... Why is this so annoying? I actually don't think the game is that difficult. I think that just they made the controls so clunky to purposely make the most... Now what? Now what? So I have a pot of acid. I have a pot of acid. Now what? Would you like a pot of acid? Yes. Now what? Don't know. So I have a pot of acid. You have a pot of acid. Now what? Now what do we do? I'll just go back, I guess. But like, we'll just go back, I guess. But well, there's no other option, is there? What are we gonna do? Go back, I guess. Like, there's no, what else could I do? Ah. Of fucking course! Stairs look like find a way to climb up. Some sort of a gate blocks the path in front of him. Can it be dissolved? Oh, yeah, shit. No, I remember what I'm doing. Do you thought? I thought. I thought. I thought. But maybe I didn't think thought. You should set everything in place at the end of your last stream in this apartment. I feel like that's how I lose my security deposit. I feel like that's how I lose my deposit. I feel like that's how I lose my deposit. Right, let's play Minecraft. What could possibly go wrong? Ah! That. I meant through. Through! I did think about through. But I do not think I can go through. No, through. I think my dyslexic ass is struggling. I think my dyslexic ass has kicked in. No! My God, my dyslexia, just my dyslexia. I can't even. I could blame the dyslexia, but this. Oh. Ah! More! The game is gonna be mad. I can feel the game being mad at me. There we go. Though. So. Do. Thorough? Do you though? No! Oh my God! I don't know! What's my health looking like? I don't know. Sorry, I'll break the game. I break the game. Though. I'm screaming. It's all though. Though. This is an accent bit now. Although. Though. I'm screaming, yes, though. So read this again. Do you the oh oh thank you guys so much for being here today. I really appreciate every single one of you. Nothing happened. We're scrubbing this from existence, alright? Nothing ever can happen. Oh no, what is... Well, I'm an idiot. I am a fool. I am an idiot. I'm an idiot who can't... That's one to your kids. I ain't having kids. I ain't doing that to myself. If I imagine, I just would like someone to imagine this, right? The thought that me having kids, one, very funny, very dumb. I can't believe that would happen. Number two, I just couldn't though. I didn't know that. Imagine a kid, imagine a little untitled coming up to me with his little notebook. His little notebook coming up to me going, Daddy! Daddy! I'm like, yes, son. Because apparently I have a deeper voice in this scenario. Right? Yes, son. Daddy! Can you help me with my homework? Of course, son. Good shit, son. Yeah, good shit. No notes. No notes. But Daddy, it's blank. Ask your mum. I'm running away, locking myself in a... I would be useless. The poor kid would have no chance. The poor kid. The poor kid would just be there going, why does Daddy not know how to spell? And it's like... And we already used to it. There's old math. Our parents always went, like, that's new math. It's new maths. What about new English? New Welsh? New maths? It's going to be new maths. It's not going to just be maths in it. It's going to be new math. Well, I'm fucking useless. That poor child, this theoretical child would be a disaster. Imagine me being an active auntie in this child's life. Daddy! Auntie Elvie gifted me a flamethrower! No! Daddy! Auntie Elvie gifted me a knife! No! I think the flamethrower is worse. I at least a knife is, you can take that away. Yeah. Flamethrower, the kid there just going, but why, sir? No, steel drums, tin flutes, and other stuff. Oh, no! No! The drums! And glitter. Lots and lots of glitter. So much glitter. Fuck's sake. You know what the irony of the whole thing, right, is, like, if I ever did have a kid, I don't want one. I'm not interested in that. If they wanted drums, get them an electric drum kit. This is a trick, okay? It's a trick. Electric drum kit. They can wear headphones. If they want a piano, get them a keyboard. They can use headphones. And when it's older, I'm teaching about poisonous plants and how to use. Imagine you'd basically be accidentally creating the power of a murderer. You know that Netflix documentary, Making a Murderer? Welcome to the new one, and hiding bodies. Oh, fucking hell. Well, that would go well. Right, now I can use corrosion. on the bodies to go into the refinery that I don't want to be in. I don't want to be here. I'm watching Alien with it. God damn.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
So I have to hide in the darkness. Not only you and Aiden's Nation stream. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll finally edit that stream together. I probably will. Fuck me.
22nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England.
Yeah, I don't blame.
He didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way.
Okay. What's my sanity like? Bad. Me, what's my sanity like? Also me. Bad. Can I say? Can I say? I really don't want to be here now. And I mean that. I don't want to be here. At all. Unsure. Now imagine playing this in the dark. I don't know what's worse, playing this game or playing it in the dark. I think I think.
June 1839.
Okay.
I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important.
Dude's just gone insane.
I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. Yesterday, I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today,
sounds like obsession.
My suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care, and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually... Smith eased my mind a bit, but I...
I haven't got much sanity left. Block the door, block the door, block the door. Okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm not a vibe with this, okay? I'm just gonna say this now. This is an odd game that I would just... I can't get a firm grip at it from here. What do you mean I can't get a firm grip? What am I supposed to fucking do? This is so frustrating. What am I supposed to do? Look at it up. Come on, come on, come on. Bloody hell. My sanity has... apparently improved. Ow. My sanity apparently improved. My actual sanity, not going too well. Look it up? I didn't look it up, I looked up. The fuck? What the? Keep out of the water? What is this, a game of the fucking floor is lava? Oh my god, this is so bullshit. Playing the floor is goddamn lava? Wow, the floor is water, but you know what I mean. Ow! Was that? I assume that's right. What a dickhead! He's right there! What a prick! He's following me! What the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh my god. What did I find? I activated something. Shit, shit, shit! I don't like this, chat. This is the worst game of the floor is goddamn lava I've ever played. That one? I have no idea. AFK, all good, LB. Oh shit! I get what I get it. I get it. Fucking hell! Leave me the goddamn hell alone! God. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did a thing. I did it. I did a thing. Come pick up hollow needle. Okay. Okay. A surgically strong needle. There we go. Okay, let's go! I've made the choice. Don't look back. Looking back acknowledges problems. Problems don't exist if you can't see them. Amnesia will leave you wanting amnesia. Yes! Yes, Mr. Badwin! I would like to forget this game ever happened. I am not a fan of what I'm being put through. Can I go back to playing my cowboy game? I preferred that. Can I go back to the cowboy game? What the fuck is this place? Still better than Crypt? Dude, but Crypt was just broken. That is fucking freaky shit. That's freaky deaky, man. That's freaky deaky. Be this so you can return to the sweet embrace of cowboy game. Okay, are they like separate areas or something? Oh my god, there's legs! Ah. Huh, okay. Yes. You know me, always recommend the best streaky stuff. Oh, that's, yeah. Say no more, I think. What's interesting, right? So it looks like we've gone from one area to another. I would argue. So this looks like a new area. Study. Guest room. And then whatever the fuck is down here. Storage. I feel like either that was the prologue or it's the first area and it's like, I don't know, is it divided like, it's gotta be like 3 or 4 like hubby areas. Let's just call them hubby areas. I need a minute. That actually was so stressful. I'm not even gonna pretend that wasn't stressful. That was so stressful. Like I would say I get stressed sometimes. Alright. That was stressful. I'll give you that. That was stressful. I'm not yeah. I have 0 words. I have 0 words. I know for a fact, though, I didn't enjoy it. That's what I'm saying. I would like to go back to Cowboy. I was gonna have a look at the prediction. Is it gonna get worse? So I can see now, because everything's kind of over. Fickle said that I'd give up between the 2 to 3 hour mark. We're almost through that. And we're close. Daddy Dearth has been in. He put some votes in. He's gone for 3 to 4 hours, which is fair. We'll find out. Eat a soup spoon full of last dab and you can. I don't negotiate with terrorists. No, look. You're just out of time when you give up on the scam. You just out to time when you give up the scam as many people as possible. Also, of course, it gets better for me. Hey, I'm not. In fairness, I think if anyone's gonna win, it's gonna be Daddy Dearth. I feel like 2 to 3 hours was Fickle being very unoptimistic. I think anyone would know that I would try and get through 1 stream. Which, to be fair, puts Dearth in like a... Because like 4 hours, like... It's a fair approach. I feel like some, like... To be fair, realise that we haven't got 4 to 5. Which is an oversight on me, so I guess that would count any, like, Dearth would be the closest, because that'd be 3 till 5. I didn't have to count that, because that was my mistake. So actually, no, Daddy Dearth has the best idea. He has the best idea. He's gone with the 3 to 4, because there was no 4 to 5 option. And because I didn't give an option, because I'm an idiot, I'll let that count. So you count it when you make mistakes now? Yes! I make mistakes. Where was this when I was the closest and still lost my points? Because I took them that and realized that I'm human, I make mistakes, and therefore now now I've taken that on board and I've fixed it. I hope. I'm not perfect. I'm trying. What's this cable?
cable.
Would you rather, I'm just saying this, would you rather I didn't listen to you when you said that it was a problem, or that I fixed it? Or I tried to fix it. Hello, Alator, how you doing? I'd rather have won the points I earned. What would you have spent the points on? I can't gift points. I wish I could. Nothing. You just like the bigger number. That's what I'm hearing. Hello again, Alator. How are you doing? Did you try out the stuff? Could be on 307.3k. I can't because I can't vote. Did the thing you messaged me? Did it work or not? Because if not, I can run through. I can a few things didn't work. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Can I do something? Can I do something? Debating if I can do something to get out of what I'm doing right now. Send a video to you through TikTok DMs. I tried on Discord, but Discord and TikTok are being asses with them. Yeah, that sounds like this. That sounds like the usual kind of stuff. I'll look at it probably after stream because I think I know the problem. BRB again. Oh, good. I think I know the problem. And I think it's an easy fix. And I'll watch the video and I'll ask some questions. And I think it'll be an easy fix. I hope it'll be an easy fix. For your sake. Because I think it is. I think it's one of those situations where it seems more. I'm really stalling. Yeah, I am stalling. Thank you. If anyone claims to. If anyone's who's stalling? Yeah, I am. Coughs. Would you do you judge me? You can. Bluntly, you can try and judge me. You can. There's nothing else to that. You can try and judge me. I'm not gonna. Like what am I gonna say? Like, you could try and judge me. Cool. Shout on your pillow. Yes. Look, you all can try. There's no trying about it succeeding. I'm back. Welcome back, Ansel. Look. You can judge me all you want. I, quite frankly, frankly, I don't care. Look, at the end of the day, I don't care if you judge me. I just, this is unsettling. Like, if you were playing this alone, would you not occasionally take a moment of reprieve? Would you, and I ask all of you this, if you were playing a game like this at home, right? Would you, or would you not, take moments of reprieve? Would you not walk away at times? Would you be able to play it for 5 hours straight? I played an Amnesia game and it was really frustrating, then I lost interest. This hasn't been frustrating. It's largely, I think I've gotten lucky because I only almost went in the laboratory and I felt that I was wrong. And I went because I had the wine cellar key. I think I picked the right locations first. Like, so I think I got lucky the first time. I don't know if that'll be the case the second time around. But yeah. No, see, that's where we're different. I would never willingly subject myself to this. Hang on. You think this is willingly? Oh, okay. No, this isn't willing. This isn't willing at all. You did Alien Isolation without pause. Were we in the same stream? Were we in the same stream? Were we in the same stream? I think I paused all the fuck. I think I got told off. Think you told me off for pausing too much? Yeah, the opportunity to refuse. I do. Without dipping out early. We'll see what we end up. I hate to say this, but he lived in the pause menu. I did. In fact, are we in the pause menu now? Or did I click it? No, we're on the pause menu. I make a good point. As we're all aware, I formulated it badly. Look, at the end of the day, who's gonna judge me? Who's gonna judge me? I went dipping out early for a pause. Okay, I feel attacked. I feel attacked. I mean, you're not wrong. 100%. No one. Look, at the end of the day, I've made it very clear, I wouldn't play necessarily the horror games on my own. I would have probably played the Dark Pictures anthology on my own, because I like those. I like the interactive. I like the interactive cinema stuff. I do. I do. So I probably would have Corey myself. I'd play Wild on stream myself. I'm enjoying Core Keeper. I probably would have played that on my own as well. I don't know how, if I would have, how committed I'd have got to it, but I would have definitely played it. Things like Death Race Canada I probably would have played on my own. Probably Ultra Kill as well, to be honest. Resident Evil Requiem, actually, to be fair, I feel like since playing Resident Evil... what about Resident Evil? That's so weird, right? You were asking about that, right? And no one will judge you, except you. Judge everyone. Elvie does. Elvie judges everyone equally, but him especially. Would you want someone to talk to you when playing a horror game? No, see, this is the thing. I don't really need that. That's not the thing. Like, I'm just kind of here vibing. If I don't know. I feel like I've said, someone asked me this before, and I said, weirdly enough, I definitely get what I need from for a horror game to still enjoy it with interaction with chat, and it's definitely unusual, yes. But I find like getting to chat with chat, because it gives me a moment. I get to stop for a minute and I get to reprieve, and I also feel like I'm not. Like, I'm the one strapped into the heart rate monitor. That's, that's factual. But we're all experiencing this together, and you guys are getting to witness the horror that is my gaming skills. So, to me, that balances it out. But if I was off stream, I don't think anything would interest me in that way. But then Tallycat makes a great point. Like, what about Resident Evil? And I feel like if you'd have asked me before I'd played Resident Evil, if you'd have asked me before I'd seen any Resident Evil and like just going off, it's a zombie game. I'm less inclined. I'd also played Resident Evil 2 on the PS1, right? I've never hidden. I've never played a Resident Evil game except I one time got my dad's PS2, PS1 even, no memory card, and tried to complete the whole of Resident Evil 2 in one night. And I got pretty far. I got pretty far through the. I got pretty far. I played through Ada's segment and shit. I remember that. Which is wild. Now you look back at it, that's very wild, right? But I can't remember any of it. Like I can remember playing as Ada and being like, "Who's this?" I'm not having a clue who it was, and thought I must have missed something from Resident Evil 1. I obviously hadn't. So I don't know. I think definitely I'd have played 4, 5, 6, and 9. Like if I 4, 5, 6, and 9, I would definitely have played. I think 0, I'd have really enjoyed. I actually now the only thing that puts me off 1, 2, and 3 is the tank controls. But it doesn't really put me off massively. And I feel the only reason I'd be put off 1 is it just, like, there's the controversial take here. There is no real reason to play 1. And I feel like that might be a hot take. I don't know. There's no real reason to play 1 because no route is canon. And we know that no route, you are treading dangerous ground. Now, is it a good game? Yes. But there's no canon route. Because, like, neither route is canon. There's a third mysterious route that is kind of canon. Which kind of, like, amalgamates the two routes together in some way. And they've never addressed which bits are canon. Other than the fact that Rebecca gets out and Barry. Which is just not something that happens in either one. So of all the games, because it's the most self-contained to a certain degree, you get lore out of RE1. You get lore out of RE1. You don't get anything else. You get lore. So you learn all about Spencer, the stars, Wesker. You get the background lore, but you could reasonably pick almost all of that up. Definitely the Wesker lore, you could pick that up later, and a few other bits and pieces you get later on. But the actual virus and Birkin and like you get some nice little tidbits. But they built the game to have, to not really need much from you. RE2, on the other hand, I'd say it's where they started to get a bit, because they brought in Chris missing, which is probably like if you Google the RE1 summary, Chris, Jill, survivors with Barry, Rebecca in a mansion. The mansion blows up. It was from a guy called Spencer around Umbrella. They were doing some virusy shit. They got out. They were led by a guy called Wesker who turned out to be evil. Bon appetit. Like it's a very you could get the whole plot. This feels like a stretch take. Nah, I don't think. What bits of RE1, from a gameplay point of view, you take away all the puzzles, take away the lore, you could literally summarize the plot points that are important to the later entries in like one A4 page. I stand by it. You could fit that in one A4 page. That is way too much to just put on someone, though. Maybe, but then at the same time, I don't know. I feel like you could skip one with like the basic highlight reel of like Jill, Chris, member of Stars, Wesker was leader of Stars, turned out to be working for Umbrella. Umbrella bad. Umbrella run by a guy called Spencer. Spencer's kind of crazy. likes to experiment on people. Bon appetit. Spencer had a mansion, made it all difficult, full of zombies. There was a lab. You wouldn't care nearly as much, though. That is true. That is true. And like I said, I think some of this is Capcom's fault because there's no canon route. But I also think that's the best approach because I don't think that game particularly needed a canon route because if you canonized either route, you would have lost Barry and you'd have lost Rebecca. And both are characters that were particularly strong and the fandom like. So you would have lost. So they picked the best choice of having this third middle ground. And I think that's the best bit. Welcome back, Ilian. Imagine RE9's canon ending is to destroy Elpis. They haven't canonized an ending yet, but I doubt it's going to be that one. I do think they picked the right choice, but then RE2 and RE... I've not played the original RE3. I really should, to be fair. I'd like to actually see... I'd like to see firsthand how much stuff was changed. I do think the sad reality is Capcom still believe that they really are just rewriting the canon. They're rewriting the canon. They're trying to almost erase the originals, which is bad. All agree on that. To have the new canon be fully canonized and almost feels like gaslighting us to forget it ever happened. It's not going to be, but I'd find it funny. I'd find it funny too. They'd never kill Leon. Well, I don't think we'll ever see Leon as a main character again. I think he'll be like a character that gets a nod to every now and then. Like you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like he'd be a character that gets a nod to every now and then. They'd be like, God, I haven't seen. God, if Kennedy was here now, he'd be quipping all over the place. If they kill Leon, I'm not sure of the crimes they commit. Reasonable. Reasonable. There's a lot of crimes that could be committed. I feel like they never kill Leon. I feel like this is the thing. It feels like they've really tried to market Chris as the main lead of Resident Evil. It ain't flying with me. It ain't flying with me. The main lead of Resident Evil has always been Leon in my head, and that sucks because Chris and Jill were there first. It makes them too much money. This is what I'm banking on. But then you just don't like Chris, though. I don't like Chris, but I don't think I am in the minority. Actually, you know what? Let's find out. You know what? Let's find. I'm prepared to die on this hill, right? I'm prepared to die on this poll. I'm prepared to die on this hole. Welcome to Resident Evil character popularity poll. I feel like the Reddit one might be the best. Here it is. Capcom Super Elections. The best of the best. I gotta put this on my other screen so I can see it. I cannot believe you're forcibly adding me as a Chris disliker. Woo! There's more of us! Gameverse, this immediately disproves your point. How does it disprove my point? Lee! Should I just point out that I can see how many votes? How does this I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go over here. I'm hiding from Sherry. Sherry's over here. Sorry, Sherry. I'm gonna stay here. Leon got 23,470 votes. In second place with 9,000 was Jill. Was Jill. Which is fair, because Jill is definitely better than Chris. Right? Chris Chris might be third. But see how many people he's beating out? He is beating out his sister by a few hundred votes. Ada by about 1,000. Wesker. Lady Double D should be higher. Where was Lady Double D? Is she? No, she's up here. 253. You know what though? I am happy that Sheva got some appreciation here. 12th spot. Like I'm surprised that she's that high. You say here disprove. How am I disproving my own point? That Leon was the best, was the one that this makes. My point was, and I'm gonna go back to it, that they have marked him because he's the third most popular character. But he's not the lead of Resident Evil that they want him to be. They're like, oh, we're marketing Chris as the lead of Resident Evil when it's so clearly Leon. The lead of Resident Evil, whether Capcom want it to be or not, is Leon. I stand by that. Whether we like it or not, it's Liam. And I like it. Love to know is how in the flying fuck Ethan Winters is so high. Yes, I do think there's some recency bias in this. I think there's some recency bias in this because this obviously came out last year. And naturally, people are more gravitated towards Ethan Winters and Chris. I'm not saying Chris isn't the third most popular character. It's quite a landslide, although I do think Claire would beat him. Yes, but you're saying, oh no, no one likes Chris. He's the third. Right. I don't like Chris. But I still maintain he is not the lead of Resident Evil. My opinion on Chris is not part of this debate. And while it does matter, it's not a part of this debate. The lead of Resident Evil is Leon. By what is a clear 1900 lead. I feel about Ethan how Untitled feels about Chris. Thank you. I do think that what's the question in the poll isn't who the lead is, it's who your favorite character is. Yes. And frankly, the most popular character are usually the lead. I'm gonna be the lead of RE, but she's an option. Hey, I'm fighting my corner. I'm fighting my corner. Right? I'm fighting my corner. At the end of the day, it's a terrible source. Where's Paul when you need him? Because Billy Cohen is in 18th place. Right, let's just look at this like kind of like logically, right? I'm sorry, but I fucking hate Ethan Winters as a character. I love the gameplay and general stories of 7-8, but Ethan is the dry. To be fair, Ethan, like, I understand that people do like Ethan Winters, and I don't really hold any real strong opinion. I don't hold any strong opinion. I don't have a strong opinion, but I do think he is, like, his personality is very bare bones. But that's naturally because they really just reeled it all the way in. This is on the literal popularity contest. The majority of the options aren't main characters. But popularity matters because popularity sells. You know what? I'd rather this be the spirit. Like, yes, Leon's going to win. I'm not arguing that, but you still no one likes Chris when he still came to... Jill got double the amount of votes as Chris. My point is, they marketing Chris to be the lead, but Jill hasn't appeared in a game in 4 games. And is more popular. To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if Jill appears again. I wouldn't be surprised if Jill appears again. The question being asked by the poll has nothing to do with your point. I still maintain there's something there. Handheld, how are you doing? Leon came on top of the poll just like he came on top of me. I won't check back what I said. Well, here comes the Leon thirsting. It's been a while. You're actually talking out of your ass. Look. Let's agree to disagree on the whole thing, because I'd rather not upset you. Look, personally, I don't like Chris, but the fact he is third, and Jill, the difference in the votes is insane. Like, it's just insane. It's just, I just don't like Chris. I just don't like Chris. I just don't like Chris. What I'm more interested in, the fact is, let's ignore this whole debate now. We're here. Let's have a look at it. Let's just have a nose at every other character, because like at the end of the day, the first 5 have all been, we're all in the first 3 games. Leon Gooners, so many Leon Gooners. How you doing, Raven? Nice to see you, friend. How's life treating you? What have you been up to? In fact, the top 6 were all in the first 2 games. This is actually abysmal. Which bit? The popularity poll, or me, or both? Because I'm surprised at this. I'm surprised that you. For my disdain of Chris, or my inability to make a point. What I find interesting is the first 6 were all in one of the original kind of PS1 trilogy. Quite a fair amount of votes. I'm still surprised that Ethan Winters, like, is so high. But then obviously Rebecca Chambers, I actually think, again, it's just so, the baffle of votes is insane. I mean, Wesker should not be this low. Yet again, right, I'm gonna say this. I think there's some recency bias, right? I think there's recency bias here. Because Chris appeared in RE8 and RE7, whereas Jill only appeared... I think there must be recency bias, because at this point, Leon had been announced as the lead of the next game. Or was at least heavily rumored... No, it was heavily rumored at the time. Right? So that would be recency bias on Leon being at the top. I'm gonna... I'm happy... Literally creating your own source now. Yes, because the thing is, right, all of these sources are slightly untrustworthy because their popularity. Let me just have my moan. Right, it's all good. Just think Sticks 2, then a bit of Super Battle Golf. Oh, nice. How was the Sticks game? I'm thinking of playing them at some point. Fuck even Winters. We tolerate and actively encourage even Winters to land in this house. God damn. God damn. Look, I think there's some recency bias because Ethan Winters and Chris were both in 7 and 8. But the fact that if you look around, you see Lady D was very popular anyway. I'm surprised she wasn't higher. But then I'm surprised that she didn't beat out Sheva and Barry. But then obviously you see Jack Paper, gotta love Barry, exactly. What I find insane is every person that is lower than the Ari zombie. The fact that no matter how good a character you are, you lost to the general background zombies. But no matter what you think of yourself, you lost to the zombies. That is honestly so funny. Either way, I wish I could give a fuck about you, but man, I just don't. Right, can I ask this like legit, right? Did anybody really care for Ethan Winters? Like, I think we sympathized with him, but I don't think I actively cared. Generic zombie. Don't see the liquor here. No, the hunters are here. You know what, though? The hunters were... Now I realize it. Of all of the characters... Like, of all the characters we saw in RE9, we got to see the Tyrant, the Nemesis. We got to see the dog ones. And we got to see Lickers. But the only real monster we didn't see from the originals come back was the hunters. which is kind of wild. Like almost every other enemy type was in 9 except the hunter, and that's kind of scary. I'm kind of sad by that. So there's the people that have yet to make a return are those ones: Rebecca Chambers, Barry, Hunk. Although we're quite confident Hunk was probably made it to 9. Jill hasn't appeared since 5. Yeah, no, hasn't appeared since 5. Although they did have Revelations 1, so I guess that kind of counts. Shever has only appeared once, you are right. And Jake Muller has only appeared once. So that's insane. So we now know who the ones who are put this. It's really sad. Yeah, it's kind of like they've all kind of just disappeared. I feel like Ada hasn't appeared since 6. Yeah, Ada hasn't appeared since 6. In fairness, I'm surprised Jill is so high. Not because Jill's not a good character, but because Jill hasn't appeared in so long, and like the RE fan base has kind of moved over. Like, you know what I mean? See, I alternate between utter apathy and pure hatred for the man. Grace was a realistic character, even just a plot device. It's true, even if you look at like the fact that he was just a mold spore, basically. Well, they clearly haven't, otherwise she would not be insane. Look. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm basing it purely on the fact that I wouldn't have expected it with the gap between games. I'm Untitled, please. No. I think if anything, Jill deserves to be. I've described myself poorly. I will defend myself to put myself. I'm surprised Jill is that high, but I'd say that that's a pretty consistent. Oh wait, no, we had RE3 remake recently. But then people really didn't like her. I think Jill is that high, and I think there's not really recency bias affecting that at all. I think Jill is that high because I'm surprised because it's been like over 10 years since Jill's appeared in a mainline game, but is still considered one of the major characters and appears in the films and even Revelations. Like she still deserves that spot 100%. Original RE remake drove a lot of people back to the original though. That's actually I'd not thought of that. I thought of the remake, but then I guess to be fair, Jill. I think hater is not hatred of Jill though. That is true. That's a good point. What I think happened, and I think RE3, from what I saw in the remake, I've not played the original, so I don't know. Hate the fact that Capcom basically cut the game into ribbons. Yeah. Which did Jill a disservice. But what I do think they did well is they really highlighted Jill's kind of depression after the Spencer Mansion. You know what I mean? I think it really did that. It really did that. And I feel like, and again, this is my opinion, which is why it's currently £3 on Steam sale. Damn, ink ribbons. I think Capcom handled Jill's trauma after the incident way better than it handled Chris's trauma after the incident. Although, I'm inclined to change my mind on Chris. Depending on the Code Veronica remake. I think if anything's going to make me change my mind about Chris, it's going to be the Code Veronica remake. I maintain this. This is actual ass. It's so surprising. I'm not surprised Hunk's so far up, because people love Hunk. I think the intricacies of Chris can be very easily stored if you sit and ponder for a while. Like, I'm completely with you on the fact, because the signs are laid out for us to see. There's stuff there. There's stuff there. Okay, I'm going to bed. I have work in the morning. Oh, good, Mr. Panworm. Stay safe, dude. Get some rest. Catch you soon, man. Now, I'm with you to a degree, Tally Cat, alright? I think they are there. I just think that for me, I don't think it does quite enough to showcase it properly. For me, and I do think that with a little bit of writing tweaks, they could have done a better job for him. And they kind of knackered him up, quite frankly. But what is interesting is he's not really appeared in any of the remakes. It's show, don't tell to the extreme. Exactly. Like, I'm all for showing, not telling, but like, they took it to such a subtle level that it ended up just being like, it just came across too ambiguous in my opinion. But yeah, I got an 8 in my English Lit GCSE, so maybe it's just easy for me to see that. I'm just like, I like story writing and such, and that's where my level goes to. But I don't necessarily. I don't know. It probably is that. It is probably to do with how deep you look at the character, and also don't know if I. Crystal, how you doing, friend? It's going pretty good here. How's it going with you, man? Welcome on in. I do think this list is a little bit like, the more you look at it, the more you kind of go, okay, I don't know if I'm entirely believed, because there's characters I thought would have been more popular that aren't here, and then I think there might be a bit of recency bias, although I'm mildly happy to see some of the RE6 people made it in. Like, Pierce made it in, and Jake made it in. But I think they've made it in because people could have seen so much potential the characters had. Oh shit, the coincidence is insane. I'm playing Terraria Calamity right now and you got the music playing. I've always got some good music going. Always try to have some music though. I think if Ethan had a face, I'd care more. They just really didn't give a shit. Then the thing is, you're right. Him being faceless and that first person, I see what they were trying to do. They're trying to make us think it was us. I don't mean that word. I think they did a much better job with Grace. And also, I know we got recency bias. I know we got recency bias. But if you had to guess, where would we put Grace? Where would we put Grace on this list? I think it's quite easy to say that if you put Grace on this list today, Grace would appear in the very least the top 15. But where do we think Grace deserves to be overall compared to every other character? I think she's higher than most I would personally put Grace higher than Ethan. I would definitely say I think Grace needs to be in this top section. Can't believe Zombie RE is liked more than Jake Muller. It's so funny. It's so funny that they did that. No? Potato spider. Yes. This is another classic Untitled stream. We've gone off to do other things. I'm trying to think where I would put Grace, and I feel like, for me, I would put her in the 6th spot. Maybe 5th? I don't know. I feel like if I had to rank all the RE characters, there's some stuff I agree with here and some I don't. Like, Leon would be S. Like, Leon would be S. I don't know. I don't know if I'd put Ada above or below Grace. I think there's, like, very interesting stuff there. The Calera Erasure is my main nitpick with Requiem. Yeah, I get that. Jack Krauser was robbed. I feel like in the remake, He did quite a bit in the remake, to be fair, but then I think people forget that the game that him and Leon appeared in. What was it called? Operation... No, it wasn't called Operation Javier. Or Javier. It was called something else, but that was the mission mode. I can't remember. Imagine... me going down. Bro got completely dunked by Wesker in Code Veronica. Spends the next 8 to 11 years getting buff. But this is the thing, right? This is why I say I feel like my view of Chris... Darkside Chronicles, thank you. But this, right, this is the thing. This is why I think my view of Chris might change. Alright? I think if they handle Code Veronica well... If they do Code Veronica well, then 100%, I think Chris's character arc can be fully realized. And then we can have like a nice like I might turn. Wait till Amnesia. You'll be waiting a while. The desolate Wesker and Village. Yeah, he's not over it. Yeah, like, he's not over the Wesker thing, but I think, like, they're too subtle in how they approach it. Team keeps dying, him constantly reliving trauma. There's so much there that needs to be considered more. I think it does need to be considered more, 100%. But it's there. I just think I don't know how to put it. It's not subtle. I would say it's subtle. Like, they're there, but it's not directly pipelined in. I don't know. Him losing his team is definitely a trigger. This not explicitly stating it, as it's about as implicit as it gets. Yeah, I still think they could have handled. They could. Like, I do think how they handle him in Code Veronica could change my view of him. I do think that, because that kind of works out. The less they crack out the neon sign that says Chris is not okay. I think it'd just be nice to get Chris to, you know, open slightly up to it, you know? You know what I mean? I'd like to see them slightly open up to the concept of getting better. I don't know. I think I'm talking out my ass on this one. I'll give you that. I think I might be talking out my ass on this one. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Chris, and that's my cross to bear. Although I'd be interested to see if this poll was run tomorrow, where Grace would lead. Say this a while ago, I'm glad you come to the conclusion for yourself. I still hate Chris, and I still have very good reasons to hate Chris. But I can't pinpoint my exact reason for disliking him. I think there's a number of small reasons that just mean that I just don't vibe with him. Give me a Leon any day. Give me a Leon any day. Give me, to be fair, like, Ethan Winters is just like, I'm with you and Mr. Panworm on this one. He's just kind of there. Like, there's nothing, like, someone says to me, like, what's your thought about Ethan Winters? I'm like, cool. I think Rosemary Winters was more interesting. But I think Capcom did a lot more to show how Leon struggled post Raccoon City, but I think that's probably where it comes down to, and I engage with that kind of storytelling way more. And I also would like to point this out. Rosemary Winters interests me more than Ethan Winters, because Rosemary Winters feels like she fits the theme of Resident Evil protagonists more. Leon, orphan. Jill, I believe Jill is an orphan too. Chris, orphan. Claire, orphan. Wesker, adopted orphan. I'm just saying, the major theme of Resident Evil protagonists are orphans and loss of family is so prevalent. I think she's more interesting than Ethan. And I think the concept of her having some element of supernatural abilities makes her more interesting. Wesker wasn't so much an orphan, he was taken from his parents. Who were still alive. That's kind of worse. It's kind of worse, actually. That sounds kind of worse. Although I forgive me if my lore isn't straight, because the lore gets confusing. Leon's parents died. I don't know how they died. Chris and Claire's died years ago. I feel like there was a car accident on that one. I forget. Elvie and Ilian, like, you just stop rambling, Redeem. Hard agree. I can't control my rambling. It just happens. That is worse though. Of Wesker, like, parents. Wait, is this Capcom's characters or just RE? Just RE. Just RE, Robbie. Because it just looks like RE. This is just... Oh my shit! This is the top 30... No, this is the top 30 Resident Evil characters. This is top favorite Capcom character, and this is broken down into Resident Evil. This is broken down to Resident Evil. This is broken down to Resident Evil. When Leon won by a landslide. I'm hiding Sherry. Sherry got 88 votes. Sherry is 21st. I'm hiding Sherry. I was thinking so hard. They snubbed Mega Man or the DMC characters so hard. I have zero clue what they actually, what those actually were. Like, I still wonder how Dante would be competing with Leon in a franchise-wide poll. Probably. I don't know, because I've never played DMC. I haven't. But Phoenix Wright would be up there. Mega Man would be up there. Ryu from Street Fighter would be up there. I think Ryu, I agree with that. Ryu would definitely be up there. Okay, I found the overall top 30, right? That same poll we looked at for the Resident Evil characters, and I have found it with every single Capcom character. Would anyone like to take a bet on who won? Still rambling? Yes. Would anyone like to take a bet on who won? I don't bet in your chat. It's a scam. I'm just gonna say, just put a name in chat. I would just... Leon. How much longer? No idea. I have zero clue. So, I'll share it now. I'll say Dante. Okay. Talika, you win. It was Dante. Dante wins. Dante wins. 3,000 more votes than Leon. I'm surprised. I'm kind of surprised because I didn't think DMC was as popular as Resident Evil. But what's interesting is, obviously, if you look down, it's DMC, Resident Evil, Mega Man, X and Mega Man were both in the top 10. I don't know who the fuck Virgil is. Zero is from Mega Man as well. Jill being in the top 10 is good. Amatsu though. Good for him. Go, my honey. Should be #1 place. Where's Amatsu? Fucking no idea. Oh, there. That's a cut from Akami, right? Phoenix Wright being 8? That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Virgil is Dante's brother, you dork. I've never played the game, so okay, that's reasonable. But that's interesting, okay? That's like a good mix. Like, it's interesting that we got 2 Resident Evil characters in there. We got just 2. I don't know who Regina is. That might be a 3rd one from DMC. 1 from Mikami, 1 from Phoenix Wright, and then 3 from Mega Man, which kind of fares. But still not bad for a game in 2006. I agree, completely agree. Like, completely agree. Like, that's insane. That's insane. Regina is Dino Crisis. Oh, damn! Okay, so 2 from DMC. The fact that Capcom have openly said they have no interest in like, remaking Dino Crisis, because... And I found the article somewhere, and I'm happy to share it if someone wants it. Like, they were like, why would anyone play Dino Crisis when you can just play Monster Hunter? Forgetting that the whole point of Dino Crisis is the fact it's a survival horror game. But that's the whole thing. Miles Edgeworth being out big RE names. I'm so proud of my husband. Yeah, honestly, like, let's just be real. Him and Chris are so close. There is, like, there's barely, like, 300 votes between them. Barely 300 votes between them. That's wild. But beating out Claire by around 80 votes, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Then we're getting into the Street Fighter crowd. Street Fighter crowd and Ada, which kind of wild. Because quite a lot of Street Fighters made it on here. Frank West made it so much higher than I thought. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect Frank West to be in here. It's funny because in Ace Attorney characters polls, Edgeworth is constantly beating out Phoenix. See, I don't know. So obviously I didn't take part in the poll. We're just looking at them now. And I don't know if when people voted, they could only vote for one character to be their favorite. And naturally, if people were voting for Dante, maybe they couldn't, like, it's only one. So that's probably what happened, is that people who would have voted for Edgeworth probably voted for, like, potentially, yeah, Edgeworth has a very devoted fan base, so they probably voted for Edgeworth here. And then maybe and swamp polls. Well, what probably happened was that Dante and Leon fans just came out of the woodwork. If they only vote for one, then people will just do it. See, now I want to see a favorite Sega character poll, including all their IPs, so throwing out the stuff like Persona and Shin Megami Tensei in there too. My Google's only so good. Oh shit, no, they did do one. I think it looks like they did do one. Seeing Sonic characters playing Yakuza and one would be interesting. I think, yes, completely. Is this? I'm just check this right. Okay, so there's this that's been translated from Japan. There's this that's been translated from Japan. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 4 might be joined. I can't see 5, but I guess that's there. But then here we go. Sonic 1. I don't know who Opa Opa is. Sakura Shinji. I don't know who that is. From Sakura Wars. Okay. I'm not sure if that's including other stuff though. Potentially not. But Hatsune Miku is included, and then... But then if it was with Atlas stuff... I don't think it is, because Kazuma Kiri is here. and such, but I don't think it includes those. But it's very interesting to see. Would be interesting to see if they did one with but yet again, this is from 2022, this 60th, so it could be a very different thing. I've never had a Sakura Wars, so I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it is including stuff. I think those are all Sega's internal IPs. Yeah, you are correct. There was a poll a couple of years back where the Apollo Justice Trilogy port was released. The three most popular characters would be illustrated together, and Edgeworth, who appeared in like 4 cases across those 3 games, came first. You gave the game up? No. I'm just here. Yakuza is just a Sega franchise. The devs RGG are just an internal studio from Sega that got an actual name around the time they started the Yakuza series. It's interesting that they ended up with that, you know what I mean? Like, it's very, very unlikely that happens, right? But it's very interesting that that did happen. I can't, there's nothing. Seeing as there's got 2 character spots in that poll? Oh my god. They were formerly Sega CS R&D Department number 1. This is the thing I've never understood about, like, the one thing about Japanese studios, 100%, is they don't name their studios. They call them, like, Research and Tech Department 1. Like, they do not care. They just call them whatever they fucking want. They call them whatever they want. They have no interest in what they actually are. They're like, call it that. Okay. Like, you just sit there and go, why? Why would you do that? Phoenix came second, but specifically Phoenix in Apollo Justice, who, when you get to that game, is so different to his previous and future appearances. He's basically just a different dude. Bad or good? And anyway, Edgeworth wins polls. Is it a bad or good thing? I'd say good. I imagine there's discourse in the fandom about whether that's true or not. It's actually pretty agreed. Really? Okay. So people tend to prefer him in the Apollo Justice trilogy. I think that's... His character actually regresses from Ace Attorney 5? Okay. What I expect is that you'll explain this in more detail to me when we play them all. Which progressively we're getting closer to. Yes. I look forward to it. We're getting progressively closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to playing them. And I'm very intrigued when we finally get there. What will happen? Bluntly. So I need to update the game list again. Right, chat. I need the loot. And I've needed it for a little bit. But we've gone on many, many tangents. So I will be right back, guys. Bear with me a minute. I will be right back. back. Sets timer. Well, he's late to no one's surprise. I'm back on time. I came back 3 minutes. Breaks are always exactly 3 minutes long. That never changes because that's the ad time that runs when I'm not here. He said 1 minute. That's a turn of phrase here in the UK. It means 3 minutes. My breaks are always 3 minutes to allow to. Otherwise, I don't like coming back and people can't see it. I don't like having content people can't see. It feels. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like running ads. In general. I don't really like running ads in general. Me and my defense. Activate defense mode. Activate defense mode, guys. No wonder you Brits don't have an empire anymore with your time management. At least we had an empire. Actually, I didn't. I didn't have an empire. Can we not play this game? Can we not? Can we not? We nearly had one too. Nearly, remember? Yes, we do. And there's a reason that when people say Germany's getting involved, people usually panic. People usually panic. Oh, Germany's getting involved in a war. Oh, careful. Can't be doing that again. What's he fucking scratching down now? Real strange and unnatural. Technically, the Welsh probably have some Roman heritage from the rope. It's a good point. In fairness, it's a good point. Well, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. So you can have that empire. Yay! Agent has Empire too? No. No. Not you, Seamus. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think we could allow the Germans to have an empire. Boo. Hey, look. I didn't write the Geneva Convention, I just enforce it. I didn't write the Geneva Convention, I just enforce it. The Geneva Convention exists because of Canada. That is true. That is true. Canada were awful. Canada really did commit crimes. Canada really has no chill. Like, let's just be real. They have no chill. What are you gonna do? You know what Canada are like? Some bios can be combined. You need to find all the parts first. Okay, so I'm missing a few parts. You see there's mass graves on the school ground. No. You are right. It is, it is a very unique thing. Very, very unique thing. I'll grant you. So now I have a hand. I'm unsure, but okay. I'm like, cool. I guess. Cool, I guess. This is the slowest I've moved through this entire game. Like, this is the slowest I've moved throughout this entire game. Just say this is scarier than Alien Isolation. I think I enjoy it way less.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Like, overall, I would say I probably enjoyed I enjoyed Alien because of gameplay or the themes. I think Alien Isolation had really interesting gameplay and themes. If that makes sense. I found it really interesting in that regard. I thought the themes were interesting. I thought the gameplay was unique. I enjoyed it as a concept because I thought the story was good. I thought the gameplay was good. I generally also thought the themes were quite nice. And while it was horrific, it balanced it balanced the tone really nicely. This game, Out of the Monsters with an alien AI, I would hate it. In this case, I think because the game is what it is, I found that I don't know what I'm doing. I think because of the setting, I think the thing about Alien Isolation is because it had such a Give me a minute. Because it has such a... What's the word I'm looking for? I think Alien Isolation was scary and had the alien AI, which really made it more scary. Completely. I think in this case, the Alien Isolation had the benefit that it was a futuristic setting on a spaceship. So while it had that horrific, like almost 80s, like kind of like cassette-esque style, it was very, very interesting to play, and it was quite unique, right? So I was like, okay, that's cool. Like I'm enjoying this. That's grand. That's chill, right? You kind of got used to it. So it was okay. This is worse. The reason it's worse is as me trying to think. The reason it's worse, the setting. I don't know what it is, but Gothic Castle and the darkness and having a sanity meter immediately changes my view of the whole thing. Does that make sense? Having that sanity meter, having those things there, a bit. Yeah, like, you put a sanity meter in the case, suddenly I'm already on edge that what happens does my sanity gets worse. Having it in a Gothic castle, it's 19th century, exactly, you've got that. The amnesiac story means that you have no clue what's going on. You're basically left. Why do I need a drill? I don't think. I think I'm supposed to be out here. I think I'm supposed to. Like. You know, have you read all the notes and stuff? Yeah, but that would be too logical. That would be, like, too logical. Nothing in here that says, drill into me, please. Just odd bits of crying. Okay. Yeah, I'm completely lost. I'm completely lost. Anything of note regarding explosive mixture? Rain servants. An extreme for the ingredients. Oh, was there something down there I missed? Maybe. With scan. Would scan. Probably.
There's nothing left. Everything is gone.
Wow, there's just a lot of depression going on here. It's like, guys, chill the fuck out. How bad can it be? Oh, hang on. Aha! A vessel is needed for liquid. Game's like, you need a vessel for the liquid. I'm like, sure. 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 I like the vibes. I find it oddly comforting. I mean, fair play. I can't relate. Like fair enough. I can't relate. I really can't. Like, I really can't relate, right? I can't. This really stresses me out. I wouldn't play it, but watching it is like a warm bath. Okay. Interesting. A warm bath in blood, maybe, but still warm bath. I mean, I don't understand, but I kind of do. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't understand, but I kind of do. Oh, I could just use the chemistry pot. I'm running around looking for a pot. I could just use this. Like that would make logical sense. But like, yeah, this stuff doesn't relax me, even like playing it or watching it. But I'm like, I do kind of understand where people come from with it. I don't understand it myself, but like, I don't understand it myself, but like a Lovecraft story. Just casually knitting. You're all so relaxed, and then there's just me who's just stressed out. Like a Lovecraftian story, not much action, always the weird gothic horror vibe, and I really like it. I think that's the thing, like, everyone's got their own things they like, right? Like, perfectly reasonably, like, everyone's got their own shit they like. Is... Okay. But how does one set off the blast? Do I throw something at it? Am I just dumb? Huh? Out of the how far is the blast area? That's my question. I'm like already... How far away is the blast area? Huh? I have thick knitting needles. Some of them are like 50. Oh my god, you're the big boys? That's actually pretty cool. I'm always afraid that I'd stab myself with those things. My nan had massive ones. What the am I supposed to do? Do not set off the explosion. Well, how am I supposed to set the explosion off? Like me, how am I supposed to blow this thing up? Game. Oh, 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 oh. It worked. I'm unsure how, but I mean, it turns out if you...
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
If you just guess quite a bit, you'd be fine. This is just all rotten food. Just all rotten shit. It's horrible. 8mm needles. Is it just is the major difference just is the major difference just like the size of like the kind of like the kind of size of the knot? This kind of isn't my specialty at this point. Oh my god. Size of the needles and hook, plus thickness and weight of yarn. Oh! Ow. That burnt. If a full set of 3 rods unavailable, there is 1 rod in the inner study room which may work in case okay. Assuming I'm just supposed to leave now. I'm assuming I'm supposed to leave. I'm a bit unnerved, guys. There's certainly monsters kicking around somewhere. Apparently I only have a slight headache. Now imagine Mr. Gus thinking behind him and ramming the nails in his ribs. Run away! Run away! Run away! I don't want to play this anymore! It would be great if that was possible in the next apartment. Piss off! You're a dick! You're a dick! Go away! Leave me alone! Oh, you know what? Because you specifically mentioned that, I'm gonna make sure that that's not possible in the new apartment. Oh my god. My sanity level is like, there's barely anything left.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert.
As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Shit, what the fuck happened here? Imagine who would survive. I hate this. The sanity, like, you're a mystery girl. Oh, mystery girl will be fine. Like, she'd be fine. I hate how wavy the world gets, guys. Like, I hate that. It's so annoying. Like, the world's so wavy, man. I hate this. I hate this so much. I got nothing to fix my sanity. I've got no oil. Just relax a bit in the light. I think I'm in the light. That's good enough, right? That's light. Yeah. I'm so done. Take a bit though. It's an interesting mechanic. It just fucks the shit out of my brain. Like, I appreciate that this is a relatively safe area. I just hate it. I put my didn't need us on Discord. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So I don't have to play this game for a bit. Oh. I just watched the newest episode of the Amazing Digital Circus. Holy. Is that any good? Oh my god, those are chunky. They're so... Oh my god. How'd you even hold them right? It's so good. You gotta watch it, man. Weirdly enough, right? Weirdly enough, what I found weird, right, is the fact that I saw it on Netflix and have assumed for the longest time, right, that it was a really big deal. Right? Because I saw cosplayers doing it, I saw, like, I think they were cosplaying, is it Pomni? I can't remember. And I discovered, it's barely had several episodes. It's a YouTube show that's also on Netflix. That's the thing, right? I saw it on Netflix before I knew it was a YouTube show. I don't know. I assumed that when it was this big thing, I saw cosplayers doing it. I saw all that. I just assumed it was like an actual had a massive season. It was like a couple of episodes, and I was like, oh. Episode 8 of 9 is out. But this is the thing, like, it wasn't 6 of 7. Final episode comes out in June. But this is the thing. I always assumed it would be. It had like a whole season that had come out, but it's like, it's wild. Oh my god! It's a 9-episode show. Staying near a light source, and it may even rise to a slight headache if one waits long enough. Light source does not matter, as it regenerates as long as the player is not in darkness. Okay, that's good. Show their own drumsticks. It's a 9-episode show. This thing, I'm learning this the first time now, actually, and it's due out in June. But I legit, like this is my like how I discovered about it, and I've never watched it, but I discovered about it, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's only like at the time I discovered about it, it's 3 episodes, and I was like, there's only 3 episodes, but everyone like this was this massive deal, and I was like, I don't think I'd ever found something that was like such a big deal with such few amount of episodes. Which obviously interested me more because I was sat there going, oh, actually, if it's got 3 episodes and it's become this massive phenomenon, that's probably got something good in it. Highly recommend it. I've watched it since the pilot release. Oh my god. Proper OG here. I think they might be steaks. I think I would say your knitting needles are more like steaks. Yeah. 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 Oh. Oh, God. Ugh. But that's interesting. I need to watch it then, because there's obviously stuff they need to do. Oh, God. There's more stuff I need to catch up on. Oh. And ironically, my smallest knitting needles are only 2mm, so I can go from tiny to huge. Basically, you can almost do the whole spectrum. You can do the whole spectrum of a knitting. Which is kind of... actually kind of good, to be honest. Also kind of good. And I can also crochet as well. Now, see, the thing is with crocheting, right, is I hear a lot of people kind of, there's kind of this overarching, not disagreement, but kind of like an, oh, is it better? Is it worse? Like, people don't, maybe in the mood, don't disagree, but they definitely, kind of like back and forth on what's easier, knitting or crochet, and I think it's a mixed bag. I think crochet looks so much harder to me. So much harder to me. I wouldn't like to crochet. I mean, I'm up for giving it a go. Don't get me wrong. I'd give it a go. Like, but I don't think I would be that good at crocheting. I don't think I would be. Yeah, maybe I would be. Who knows? I need to finish the thing I'm crocheting. What do you crochet? Or are we not allowed to know? And how many tiny Edgeworths have you crocheted? None yet, actually. Really? No. That honest, that actually surprises me. That actually surprises me. MF, welcome back. I'm gonna see, yeah, you're still streaming, although I'm pretty sure you'll end it soon. It's usually about another 40 minutes. Although I might end up earlier today. I had a pretty bad day. Anxiety attacks are not fun. Don't do those. As if I can talk, I can't control those. But, and also, this game is scary. Yeah, this game is scary. I've DM'd you. Oh, oh. I can do cross stitch, slowly getting into quilting. Oh, what would you quilt if you could quilt? I'm with you, Tallycat. Secret safe with me. Secret safe with me. I think I know exactly what you're on about as well, because I think I've seen it. Cross stitch is the one, if you excuse me, the one that you put on like a board and you like stab pins in. It's like voodoo, but with like voodoo, but crafty. Like, no? What the fuck's cross stitch? Cross stitch. Well, similar to what I'm thinking about with voodoo, but crafty. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm thinking of. The little circle thing with the stabby stabs. Yeah. It's exactly what I'm thinking about. I've literally Googled cross stitch and I'm like, yep, that's exactly what I had in my head. Obviously, my description of what cross stitch is, how my brain describes cross stitch, how my brain describes cross stitch. Oh fuck! I can't. Can't pronounce any bloody words. I just sent the Psyduck backpack. It honestly holds nothing, but I love him. I love him. He's so cute. Very good photo of it, but I'm supposed to look like it's climbing or holding onto my back. That's so cute. I love it. Next time I go to my parents' house, I will look for my Pikachu backpack. I have a Pikachu backpack. This is legit. I have a Pikachu backpack. So it literally is like a backpack with the Pikachu, and you kind of open up his, like, you open up, like, kind of his back, and, like, it's like a board in there. I love him. He's so cute. That's so cute. And a 3-stream streak, MF. Let's go. Let's go. I keep getting my streak reset. I don't even know what 3 streams ago was. When was 3 streams ago? Sunday? I can't remember what Sunday was. I'd assumed you'd be. I can't. Twitch be twitching. I want to do I want to do a Legend of Zelda cross stitch from my boyfriend. Oh, that would be cute. I like that. That'd be cute. That'd be very cute. I respect this. I approve of this message. I approve of this message. It's not a board like the hoops keep the material taut, but it's not a board. See, this is the thing. I think I've been told this before, but I can't get. You know when you just can't get something out of your head, like, but it's like, you know you're wrong, but you can only see it in a very specific way. You know what I mean? Abby has a Wings of Freedom backpack from. Oh, I think I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those. I think I know the ones. There's like a few different kind of like variations you can get, but I've seen some of those. They're cute. I like them. I like them. I have a Pikachu backpack too, but mine has lots of Pikachus on it. Oh, mine is literally like a plush Pikachu with it as a backpack. But that is also cute. I like that. I'm also very jealous of the fact that Tallycat went to the bloody Natural History Museum and got to go and see all the Pokemon stuff. So I'm really bad and terrible. I do not hoop my embroidery. I really should. I have no idea. I'm so mad I had to take the bus, which isn't the bad part. It's the fact that I'm currently 23 minutes late to work. And how long will it take you to get to work? From where you are now, how long will it take you to get to work? God almighty, bus as well. I realised something the other day. I don't really remember the last time I got on a bus. I legit can't remember the last time I went on a bus. Anyway, I can't remember. But all my hoops are not with me. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, like I can't unsee the black and white Minecraft cat as a Cyclops. I can't unsee that now. It is. That's definitely a Cyclops. That's definitely a Cyclops. I've looked at it and I agree. Crochet a large Navi the fairy blanket or make a Legend of themed dice bag because he plays D&D and loves Zelda. That's so sick. I love that. Yeah, Coral was working on the one shot for us for D&D. Maybe another day. Maybe another life. Maybe I'll get. I should probably ask someone to do that again. Actually, it'd be cool to play D&D and try and get people together to play D&D again. Do a one shot if you want. Certainly an idea, isn't it? I wouldn't want to put you out, LB. But if you're up for it at some point, we can definitely discuss that. Work something out. Try and see if we can get enough players to do it. Go from there. I'd be down to playing D&D with people. I think particularly if we do it as a community thing, one shots and like open it up to so many people. Are there? And procrastinate finishing right my Fallout campaign. Just all procrastination, guys, isn't it? All procrastination. Probably cushion size if I can. A large Squishmallow plushie size. Oh, but the Squishmallow plushies are so good. I love those. God, Squishmallows were like pillows. My ex had like 4,000 Squishmallows, and like she didn't have like in the end she had like one pillow, and she'd just sleep on she'd use the Squishmallows as a pillow, and I kind of respect it because they were some of the comfiest pillows I've ever had. It's also 101 right now, like no joke. It's 101 and I'm sweating and dying. You're gonna have a rough shift as well, aren't you? If it's 101, you're sweating and dying. You have a rough shift. Christ. This is a secret, but in the future I plan on crushing my friend Moy Gabrielle from Ultra. Ah, Moy would love that. They would love that with Ultra Kill, 100%. Everyone loves Gabrielle. I think I'm gonna die from this heat. If we never hear from MF again after today, the heat got them. The heat got them! Totally up for it, but maybe a 2-shot because talking and thinking English is draining. I don't know if I can do 5 hours. Completely reasonable. Yeah. Completely reasonable. Completely reasonable. I understand. Like, bear in mind, like, I'm perfectly aware that English is not everyone's first language, and that's a lot of thought for people. That's completely reasonable. Not at all. Not at all a problem. Moy would love that. That's why I'm gonna do it. That would be sick. See, I don't fully get the Gabrielle hype. Like I get it enough. It does. I think I've described this wrong. Let me backtrack. It's the voice acting. This is where I was about to go. This is that you've gone down the line that I was gonna go down. Like I don't get the the character hype particularly, but I do get the voice acting, and like I do get the voice acting, and I do also appreciate the how is my sanity? Let's find out. Which is what we're waiting for. My controller dead? Nope. 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 No, not much better. Like, I get it from the voice acting point of view. I just find it like it's the character went way harder. Like, but like if it was just the character, I'd go no. Like if it was written text, but no, the voice acting goes hard. For like an indie game, the voice acting for like Gabrielle's voice acting went hard. Dude's having like a full crisis. As is the reason for most of our favorite characters. Honestly, our DMs are just a horny fest. No judgment here. No judgment. All right, no judgment. Why would we judge? We don't judge. We listen and we don't judge. I really found for my boyfriend. An actual ocarina, so plan on getting it and making a bunch of Zelda-related things for his birthday. Now, I bought an ocarina. I bought an ocarina a few years ago. They're sick. I bought one to look. I bought one that was a replica of the Legend of Zelda ocarina. It's sick. Seems like it didn't register. Pause. Were you on the different window? Potentially. Oh no, the head is pounding and hands are shaking. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. You're still playing Amnesia? When I was last, you were saying you were ready to pack it in. I probably still am. I probably still am. I'm just desperately trying to clutch at straws. Frankly, like I'm bad by myself, but Moy is like the one person who actually gets it and doesn't tease me, so I'm about 100 times worse. Oh my god. Disaster. We're on the same frequency. I respect the pun. I respect the pun. How are you doing there, Paul? How are you doing, Paul? What disaster befalls you this week? I could do a wheel spin if you want that torture. I'd rather that torture than this torture. I actually would implore people to go for wheel spins right now. I would rather do wheel spins than play Amnesia. Oh no! Somebody did a wheel spin! I can't believe someone would do a wheel spin! Like, damn! I guess I'm gonna have to change the window. And play some and go to the and start again. Now V's like, sort it, fine. If we're playing this game, more wheel spins. We'll do LV's thirst because I can track that one easier. Thank you for the bits, LV. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the bits. This is a wheel spin for you. Oh, Fanta Elderflower. And here comes the rigged. And then obviously handheld gets theirs as well. Less rigged. Less good. Not too bad, thanks. The hard drive went to the wrong address. You managed to get it? Spend the day tracking it down? God, you went outside? Christ. You know it's serious. Isa told me the truck had broken down, so our order would be late. It's been one of those days. Oh, I hate one of those. It was like one thing goes wrong, the whole thing goes wrong. Like, one thing goes wrong, everything just... It's like a domino effect. So, no, I get that. Oh god, it's so hot! I always wonder how I manage to consume so much liquid, right? And then I come to stream. I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh god. Milk, milk, milk! I actually have milk in the fridge for once. The most mentally draining job must be a live translator, like in the EU Parliament. Yeah, I can imagine that would be rough. You got multiple translators as well. So I've worked with Welsh to English translators quite a lot. I work with them quite a lot, which is cool. They're very lovely. It's quite a stressful job because like there's a lot of like listening, hearing, and testing stuff going on. But yeah. But yeah, like it's quite stressful. It's more stressful than you think it is. Because it's all so fast, because you're trying to keep up. You're not just, you're trying to listen and translate and keep up. It's very, yeah. I tried not going far. I tried knocking on the neighbor's door on and off for roughly 2 hours. I never knew they had been admitted to hospital. They're the landlord's agents, so I want to know if the photos supplied with the inside of the flats at the front. They weren't. Did you track it down, though? Long story short, I was forced into going outside. Did you track it down, though? My condolences. Big condolences to Paul. Listen with one ear, store it temporarily, translate, and speak in the microphone while listening. If it works. Try it with your native language, like listen with headphones and speak when you hear. I find that difficult, right? Because, like... Hello there, gamer. How are you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. How's life treating you? Like, if I monitor my voice, I get so frustrated. Like, I can get very confused, so I wouldn't kind of imagine trying to do all that. The people I met were wonderful, though. Shows there are still some out there. There we go, Paul. Not all things are bad outside. Luckily, the guy who let me into the flats it was in, I showed him the photo of where it was, and it was his next door neighbor's door. There we go. All worked out in the end. Thank you for the wheel spin. Handheld. Let's see what we got. Please stop. Please stop. Oh, Father Elderflower, yay! Doing good. Just woke up, finally have a correct sleeper time. Well, how long has it been since you've had like a generally like on time sleep schedule? If that's not too personal a question, because like we've known you now. 6-ish months, something like that. 6-ish months. Well, I'm glad you bet about that. It was November, so November, December, January, February, March. About 5 months. And I've never like you've gone to bed during stream more than which is like 5 a.m. for you. Just today, honestly. Was it more of a you got tired and fell asleep around the right time as opposed to a conscious effort? It's actually 3 a.m. the start of your stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would scan. That would scan. About two. There's been a few times about 2 hours in the stream you've gone, I'm gonna go and try and get some sleep now. So that's where I probably got 5 a.m. from. But yeah, that's impressive. That's To be fair, like even like I would say I don't see 3 a.m. 2 a.m. on the other hand, I see that all the time. 3 a.m. less so. If I see 3 a.m., that means I'm drunk. I'd love a 4 a.m., but not a 5 a.m. 5 a.m. doesn't exist. So I know I'll be tasting colors. Tasting colors. What a absolute disaster. We give him a choice, this or Illumination. I take it Amnesia is a one and done stream. I hope not, it's funny. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. What days are good for you, Elvie, next week? Because you've got games like Wander's not a one stream game. I'm like I said, like if you were playing this game off stream, you'd be taking regular breaks to walk away and respect yourself every day except Friday. I will take that into consideration. And work out what I'm doing. Do we do it on Monday and then have 2 streams in a row of Wild Arms 3, or do we do it Wednesday? Leave it with me. I'll work it out. I will see you when you got to the part with the don't step on lava part. That's why I stopped playing the game. Oh yeah, the floor is lava, which was the water. Yeah, frustrating. Frustrating. There's stuff in there somewhere. There's content in there somewhere. There's a 15-minute video in here somewhere. If I try hard enough, there's a 15-minute video in here somewhere. So I know well, I already hear colors. So, oh, you have you got synesthesia? Is that what it's called? I didn't know that. Well, I'm in an editing phase. I love being asleep all day, working all night, so peaceful during the night. See, I find that I work better at night, somewhere around 10 p.m. to about 2 a.m. We've had this conversation. Have I just... No, we have. We have. I'm just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. No, I remember us having the conversation. Dairy me. Somebody go get my Alzheimer pills. Somebody go and take Untitled back to the care home. Somebody get him back to the care home. He can't remember what's going on. In fact, though, is anyone going to blame me? My memory is shit. Do you want me to be legit honest with you? Like, I'm always scared of my memory. I'm technically unmedicated ADHD, which means like diagnosed ADHD but unmedicated. And the longer I've been known about it, that's gonna do it. I don't want to medicate, but I also am aware that if you don't medicate, your risk of dementia and Alzheimer's massively increases. That's legit, apparently. It's gonna do it. Yeah. You had bad memory with ADHD? Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I did know why, and I've forgotten. I've forgotten, which is ironic. I would try and bullshit an answer, but I can't remember. I think it's something to do with just there's the attention aspect, but there's also the retention aspect, and I think there's sometimes our brain doesn't quite link it from short term to long term and stuff like that. That's so fair. Like, it's up to you at the end of the day. Remember things with obsessive details. Sometimes I don't always like that. See, no, I'm with you on this, Talik. So what happens for me is sometimes it's like I can remember. I hyper-focus sometimes on very specific details, which is bad because it means that most of the time I hyper-focus on those details are things that are embarrassing, or horrible, or not nice. Sometimes it's like full conversations. I can recite full conversations to you. And that happens. I can recite full conversations to people, right? That we've had, and they're like, yeah, that all sounds like a conversation we had the other week, and I don't know why I can remember them. Like, sometimes I must think that they were important at the time. You ask me then something really simple, I've completely forgotten it. At least so many other sensations. 1 year's not a one-stream game, I know, but I was naive. Also, continuously stalling. I'll see you when you got to the... I've already read that. Story surprisingly good. Have you heard about Kasumi will be in the new Persona 5 game? I think I saw the silhouette. I didn't know that they'd announced her for the new Persona 5 X, right? I need to play that, but in gacha, innit? It's gacha, innit? And I don't know. I'm an addiction mess, man. If I get into gacha, I'm fucked, man. If I get into gacha, I'm done. Told you I wasn't in Lux. We'll send the Untitled back to the camp. So yeah, the bad memory is one of the major reasons that I slowly stepped away. Like, I still do some stage and film acting stuff, and I go for auditions and things. But I found that remembering lines was getting not harder, but yeah, I've always had issues with like I even remember every aspect of a script. So what I was discovering was I would learn a whole script for every show I did, which ended up being like the concept of I could read I knew everyone's line, I knew everyone's cue, I knew everything where everything was. But because of that, like the retention of my brain, I found it very difficult. My call to memory was getting bad. There's a lot in my brain, really random, obscure facts, and I found that if I was dropping, I was more akin to dropping the odd line, which is why I stick to improvisational stuff, and being fast-witted without having to remember stuff was genuinely better for me. And then voice acting is great because most voice actors will be doing it while they have a script in front of them. So yeah, that was generally one of the major reasons that came up. I think I need to get tested. Maybe I'm not slow after all. Waiting mode, hyperfocus, bad memory. Well, waiting mode is an ADHD symptom. Hyperfocus is an ADHD symptom. I feel like hyperfocus or hyperfixation is also on the autism side too. And bad memory, yeah, bad memory is often like is more of an ADHD. Some people just have bad memory in general. But yeah, that's where it comes down to. But this is the thing, it's why a lot of people say, oh, if people were diagnosed as slow 30 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, a lot of them would be, you know, somewhere on the neurodivergency spectrum because they're interested in the line. So you get kind of very two different sides of ADHD. As you get the ones that become the class clowns, they're the ones who don't necessarily do that well academically because they can't focus or recall information that well. Then you've got the ones that almost exclusively, and again, I stress, I'm not an expert. I could be wrong. I am not licensed or trained in any of this stuff. I know some stuff from lived experience. You kind of get the class clown approach, but you also get the gifted kids. So a lot of gifted kids you find are undiagnosed ADHD and stuff because they've been almost trained. They're forced into a structure. ADHD people hate structure but kind of need structure, and it's a very like catch-22. They're forced in structure at school, so they have to do stuff, and the dopamine rewards from doing well in school are there, but also you end up hyper-focusing because you think that you have to. It's kind of like an inherent force. But then that often leads to, that approach will often lead to a lot of burnout. Lots and lots of people who are known as gifted end up not necessarily being the most gifted people in their academic careers in the long run because they suffer from burnout. Often they overindulge themselves. Addiction is often is very prevalent in people who have ADHD and things, so it is quite difficult. Yeah, I'm on the gifted kid side of this. Yeah, this is the thing. I'm kind of weird. I'm kind of in the like I had some gifted moments. I got an A in a physics test that I hadn't studied for in my like first couple of weeks. I finished it in half an hour, and I remember my teacher just like thought I was like not paying attention, and I'd retained all this information, and I was very like able to just recall it all. But then I think I just never, no one ever had that faith in me, so I was like, oh, I think once I discovered performing and being a performer, I just never went back and just carried on being very, 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 very engaged with what I was doing. Get massive burnout, but also like I crave academic validation like nothing else, but never really felt like getting that validation. I don't feel validated academically. I feel like a failure. See, this is the thing that people have, like 100%, and that what Tally is saying, like, it isn't unique to them. It's quite normal, you know, and it's quite normal. It's something that I think, you know, I'm not sitting here saying, you know, we should, you know, I'm here to, I think it's exceedingly important to speak about neurodiversity. It's why I worked with, you know, and like, I am not an expert, but I've worked with neurodivergency support groups in a consulting capacity. I was invited to come in to attend meetings and have discussions based on my experience and my lived experience, but also my experience within the workplaces and my general aptitude, which was exceedingly lovely to have been invited to help support other people who and give them a leg up that I didn't get. So that's an interesting one. I'm more like, yeah, I saw this dude. If I'm lucky with my memory. Yeah, no, I get that. I have autism and ADHD, also possibly because of genetics. I'm developing schizophrenia, bipolar, and BPD. I also have depression and anxiety, but those have gotten better. I think, yeah, like, depression and anxiety are a lifelong struggle, and I'm glad that you feel comfortable enough to share that with us. That's quite a lot of things to have to balance in your life, 100%, but, you know, sometimes I think being aware of what you have the potential to have and what you are kind of living with actually allows you to manage so much better. I obviously, I'm only ADHD. I have anxiety, and I've often suffered from it, and I don't talk about that as much as in many ways. I don't really talk about my anxiety because I don't really know why I don't talk about my anxiety. I think there's kind of this kind of illusion aspect that I kind of like let it be there in that way. Yeah, I've had exceedingly bad anxiety. I've been like, you know, like there was a point a few years ago where I was just almost bedbound from anxiety for several days. But I think I spoke about the fact I had an anxiety attack at the wheel of where I was driving once, and I didn't drive for like a month and a half. I didn't drive. Like I couldn't drive. I couldn't drive because I got too anxious to drive based on that. And that was the thing. I was streaming at the time. It was about 6 months into me streaming. It was around the time I was actually, I think I was playing Elden Ring at the time, where I was just having these constant anxiety battles. And I didn't say it to speak about on stream because stream was where we came to escape it, but like everyone else knew I was suffering quite badly, and we were doing my best to recover. And I did. I changed my whole life around. My life all changed. Everything got better. But you know, still, we all get bouts, and you know, it's just knowing to protect yourself at the end of the day. You need to get tested for ADHD. We have to pay for it. That's the problem. Paying, like, it's expensive, and getting a private test is insane. My brain blocks out anything particularly traumatizing. I remember a lot of my more embarrassing things in detail, and I can remember dates of interactions, combination. I didn't prominent. See, the prominent thing, I get you completely. I get that completely. I remember a lot of embarrassing details. I think my mum has OCD, and I think to a certain degree, I have ADHD with OCD tendencies, which is not a fucking good mix. So yeah, I think I focus on certain things and obsess over certain details as well. And I'm a massive perfectionist, but also that breeds my procrastination, which doesn't help procrastinating when you're already an ADHD who likes to procrastinate anyway. Should have done some other career. My face recognition is really bad. Like, after 1 year, I was sure to identify a hubby in a crowd. Damn. Mine's pretty good. I can recognize a face. Somebody came up to me today and went, I recognize you from somewhere. And I was like, I recognize you from somewhere. And it was like, I don't know who you are. Neither of us knew who the other one was, but both of us looked at each other and went, I recognize you from somewhere. And I was like, who knows, could have been on set. Could have been on set, could have been a theater. Could have been my TikToks. I don't know. Names doesn't take me a while. Sometimes it depends. Depends, like, how long I've known someone. Or how long it's been since I've seen that person. Then I can struggle a bit. Like, it's usually there, it just takes me a hot minute. I remember the lead up, then the rest is blank. They are locked memories. They need to unlock to cure my anxiety attacks. Damn. For me, I have a bit of OCD and perfectionist from time to time. Yeah, but you're also a freelancer gamer, right? You're also a freelancer, so sometimes being a little like, that's no, I don't like the way I was turning that. Being a bit of a perfectionist when you're a freelancer is like sometimes important. Like, it's very important to do that, because otherwise, like, but the dangerous the dangerous side of OCD and perfectionism is it's almost like you can't progress because the work can't be perfect. It took me a long time to get used to the ability to let some stuff go. So, I get that. I get that. Thank you all for sharing as well today, guys. It's really, really, really nice to see. My brain is fucked. All of our brains are. I was around 991. I got the diagnosis of being slow. Still quite early in the neurodiversity space. In the neurodiversity space, I'd argue they weren't really taken seriously till, oh god, they're not even taken serious now, but I'd say 2010s. I'd say it got taken more seriously in 2010s. I was told in about 2004, give or take, maybe 2005, that I had ADHD. I was told this. My parents told me. My teachers were told my parents. It was almost like it was this kind of unwritten rule that the school didn't know they couldn't afford it. My parents couldn't afford to go private. Also, my parents were in denial about it. Here we are. Yeah, if you were tested today, you would get a far less offensively worded diagnosis. Yeah, it's a horrible diagnosis to call someone as slow, which is just I don't understand. I mean, times have changed, and that's a good thing sometimes. I used to get put on report on purpose just so I could proudly present grade A's or B's in the report. God, I forgot that report was a thing. I forgot that was a legit thing people did. Oh my god. I'm one of those burnout gifted kids. How many burnt out gifted kids? That's two. It's Tally and Handheld are burnout gifted kids. I'm very glad that I veered away. I do think I am somewhat of a stereotype to the point of an ADHD that I went down the performing arts route and partied quite hard. Because there's this kind of recurring thing that people who have ADHD, to kind of dull their brain and their sensibilities in that way, will drink. They'll drink to dull the senses, you know? They'll drink to dull the senses to kind of like make the brain slow down. And also, nightclubs have pretty lights, so generally I got the best of both worlds. I got the best of both worlds on that one. This side I can never study what I wanted. This, yeah, you got dealt a really bad hand in that case, Elvie. You really did. You really did. You really did, and it's such a shame that it's such a shame. A burnout gifted kid, I peaked around 14, 15. That's true. Mystery Girl's on a... Before I met Mystery Girl, and I'm sure she won't mind me telling you this, Mystery Girl was like on a PhD path. I've said this to Mystery Girl before. I'm like, how did we end up together? I am a acting, like, very, like, practical, editing, like, nerdy, weeby dude, right? I'm like, I would argue that I have a decent level of intellect. I'm not thick by any, like, we definitely call me bimbo and dum dum, but like I would argue that I'm more intelligent than I'm not. Don't like the wording, but it's kind of like. But like Mystery was on a PhD pathway. I would never do a PhD, but also mainly because PhD and that level of academic study doesn't interest me. I think that's where my interest. I think the thing is for me is if I'm not interested in something, no matter how able I'm able to do it, if I'm not interested, I'm not interested. You know, I was well on track for flying through a master's straight into a PhD. Then some delightful human decided I needed some PTSD. Yep. Rejection is mine. Even if nobody rejects me outright, I can still feel that rejection extremely strongly. which is where the I'm not wrong thing stems from. Basically, if I have an interest in it topic, I will learn everything about it, so I can never be wrong about it. Yeah, I just hyperfixate on things. I get things wrong, but generally because I'm just somewhere going mental. Look at, yeah, that what you're describing is rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which is very prominent in ADHDs. It could be just be social anxiety. You know, there's a mix of dogs and Pampers Fox at a 76. I don't know what a Pampers Fox is. I will find you and knock it out of you. Don't let me beat you. You have me. I know, Nebby. Look, hey, look. At the end of the day, like, anxiety is a normal thing. Like, it happens. We're all fighting anxiety as best we can. And this is the thing. Like, having friends and being open with people is a major important factor. Like, the best thing I can say to anyone is if you're feeling down, you're feeling anxious, speak to someone. And I know it's the hardest thing to do in the moment. It's the hardest thing to do. It is hard. But the minute you open up to someone, you will always feel this massive level of relief come off you. Because now, 90% of the time, like, people will either just listen to you or they'll reassure you. Like, I think, like, no one usually belittles you for admitting that you're just anxious, and it's normal. A dog sit. What the f? It's a. Oh my god, I have no idea what's going on. This thing you do is let anxiety fester. Talk about it with someone if you need to. It's better than sudden anxiety attacks out of nowhere. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. You know, I've had big boy jobs in my life. I really have had big boy jobs in my life. I have. There's a reason I do this now. I left university. I got a job in events straight away. I was running events for, like, university level. I was doing some high level work. Running so much, like, if I was running every, like, freshers event. So I was at peaks running 80 plus events. Which is difficult. 80 plus events is a lot. There were points where I was the CEOs were like, I was giving the CEOs jobs, which is rough. Like, you're like, I'm like, what, a year out of uni and I'm sat in meetings telling the CEO what they're going to be doing next week. Like, that's a rough job to be doing, because at that point you have all the responsibility but none of the seniority, and then suddenly you've got all the seniority with barely an idea of what you're doing, and that's stressful. Thank you, Daddy. Nice to see you, buddy. How you doing, man? I appreciate the vote of confidence you had in me to quit. Thank you for the 25 stream streak, my dude. How you doing, man? What's up, man? I black out when I drive. I drove without my thankfully slow moped into a parked car. I fully blacked out. Oh, damn. Christ. As long as you're okay, that's the big important thing. I did that with a motorized scooter in 2002 or 3. Can't remember which side was brake and which was throttle. I back locked up for 6 weeks and I've suffered ever since. The doctor has sent me for examinations, although I've asked countless times. You've really got to fight with doctors to get anything done sometimes. Just got lost in Thorn on straight road, so I don't drive. Yeah, the more you drive, the easier, like, kind of like multitasking thought goes, right? Like, now I lose my thoughts sometimes, but, you know, most of the time I'm pretty good in my car. So is there another symptom of ADHD? 1 minute you could be really calm and quiet, then the next minute bouncing off the walls figuratively in a hyper manner? I don't know, actually. I would argue that's... I'd argue that's how I react, but I don't know. I don't know. Everyone's slightly different on that one. Now, see, my parents, we don't believe in label side of things. So when I was at an incredibly low point in 2019, I took a pretty drastic situation for me to finally get flagged, and I basically got fobbed off. Yeah. There's a lot of fobbing off in the medical field, and it's just not. It shouldn't really be acceptable. Ella Beat been working violently. Oh my god. They working you hard then, Durf. They've been working you hard, man. But think of that paycheck, my dude. Think of that paycheck. Think of that paycheck, buddy. Back to calm and quiet points. Do it opposites. They do say opposites attract. I mean, me and Mystery Girl, yeah, very opposite. Mystery Girl, like we've said before, Mystery Girl questions like how we ended up together. In fact, I think when we got together, I remember Mystery Girl telling me that their friends were skeptical. Yeah. They were skeptical. Some would argue they still are. Some would argue they still are. Because we're so opposite, I think legit the only thing we have in common is we both like women. I'd argue that's not a bad thing to have in common. That's not a bad thing to have in common. And Doctor Who. But not tea, though. Not tea. Mystery Girl can have all the tea she wants. I got an intelligence test done at 13 years old. I got 135. Still got I got 5, 6 on my school report, like a D or F. This is the thing. It's the old Einstein trick of if you tell a fish that they're only intelligent if they can climb a tree, they're always going to think they're dumb. And this is the thing, is, yeah, IQ tests measure potential, 100%. But the way the school system is designed, it's designed for literally one type of student. With that, it's slowly changed. There's been improvements made into the kinesthetic styles, more auditory, more visual. Like there's more styles of education now than there was of years ago, where most of the time, in my parents' era particularly, they always tell us this, it was, here's a book, I'm going to write things on the board, you copy that down, any questions you ask me and I'll make you copy those down too. Like there was this desire in schools for the longest time that repetition is the best way to learn. Repetition is a helpful tool, but it's not the necessary thing that people need. Nowadays, a lot of when I was in school, and it probably is more so now, is we watch lots of videos where they used learning aids, like in history, they used horrible histories a lot of the time. Horrible histories was used, but also like different films were used. Like documentaries were used, as well as like educational trips. So there was a lot of different layers of trying to like teach basic concepts to us, and I think that overall was a better approach. I also was very fortunate. I went to a relatively I went to a school in a nicer area than where I'm from. I got into the better school that was in a really nice neighborhood, as opposed to the school that was not so good. So yeah, there's a lot of aspects there. Music competition, as well as my brain was buzzing full of all sorts, and now I just cannot compose. I even struggle here in arrangements of existing pieces, let alone create my own music. It's a very, very unique position to be in. When your brain doesn't work anymore. I used to be able to write like complex storyboards and storylines, and then yeah, I got frazzled, and now that doesn't work. But I've been able to channel myself into other things, so that is a benefit. No hate mobbing teachers too. Everyone told me I was dumb. Yeah, the self-esteem is probably one of the major issues. Problem with undiagnosed autism, bad at finding words, can't talk for shit. If you can't articulate the thoughts, yeah, people look at you funny, yeah. But you're... Elvie, I can tell you one thing. You're not dumb. You're a very intelligent person who knows a lot more stuff. There's a reason you're our chief fact finder, because you are exceedingly good at that. I got that all the way through high school and my teacher in primary school. I understand exactly how you feel. So a lot of people feel like, a lot of very similar experiences from both of your generations. Another thing I struggle with because I'm very used to being the person who people talk to, so I feel very nervous about potentially adding to their stresses by talking about mine. Yeah, no, I'm with you. So I've always been like the therapist friend, where people will come to me, they'll talk about their issues, and I'll try and coax them into some advice. I've never been the one to go to people and talk about things. I realized a while, like, I have a lot of very close friends who speak to me very, very often, but most of them knew very little about me, and it's like it took a long time for me to just reveal more and more information. Most of the time, most people know about me is things they've picked up over the years because I'm just continuously being in their life, because I never leave, and that's a major part of that. Like, I'm somewhat okay with English and Germany, but I can't explain how I feel, how I would describe what happens with me, or how I imagine my future, because I never got any dreams. Damn, that is sad, you know. But you were very much dealt a dud hand in that way. Narcotic, how are you doing, Chaotic? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see. My mod is here. My mod is here. My mod is here. 100%. My mod is here. I'm interested to see the level of pun that Narcotic will have in. How are you doing, my dude? Nice to see you, man. Just got home from work. Got my dreams talked about me since childhood and just floating in a void. Didn't know what I wanted. Had to reach my goals because everyone told me it was the solid showcase for life, and they got it right. I think there's always a major issue in the overall concept there of, I don't think you were given any support to allow you to escape the cycle they already imagined you'd be in. And that's horrible. And that's not your fault. 100% it's not your fault. Construction, am I right? Yeah, I mean, look, man, when you work in construction and all that, that's the way it goes. Are we having our deep end of stream talks? Yep. Yep. Been working Fight Club because we're so we've read that already. Barbers are really beat. I would imagine. I'd imagine. Like I wouldn't last a week in construction. I could build stuff, sure, but I'm so clumsy I would somehow impale myself on something. I only had Mystery Girl told me to go off, in fairness. I can't remember what I told people, to be fair, especially at the start. This is the thing. Mystery Girl can't remember. And I was just there. Like... Yet again, I can't really remember what I told my friends about her. I can't. I can't. But, you know, there's a way to go. It is what it is. I'm sure Mr. Girl only said some interesting things about me. I need a flat without mold. He'll do. He has a flat. Am I in the right area? Yeah, I think Paul might be getting a little close to the top of the nail there. Self-esteem by offspring is a good song. Not hides under a rock. LV, you're an exceedingly talented artist, and there's a lot of very, very positive things that you bring. So, you know, I know it's easy to be negative. I know it's easy. I know it's easy. But you bring a lot more to it. I mean, I remember the first impression I was told. I don't know what you told anyone else. Probably loud, pain in the ass is probably what you were told. But how do you feel? Turn the therapist around, just going. So yes, but how do you feel? I do have a lot of very good friends who do know that I'm not the thing. Loud pain in the ass was one half of it, yes. She kept coming back. This is like, and she's still not left. Well, in theory, I know she's not here now, but you know what I mean. If I'm honest, from what I've heard, I'm surprised. I'm surprised we went through the first month. I'm surprised we went for the first month. Like, genuinely, I am surprised we went for the first month. I wanted to be a behavioral biologist, artist, paleontologist. I wanted to be so much. Now I just exist. It doesn't help that the social system that you're in doesn't really help you find a way to get out of that system. You're just stuck in it. But that doesn't mean you can't be a... You know, you don't have to be paid to be an artist. And you're a great artist. Yeah, you draw some NSFW shit, yeah. But I've seen your Safe for Work stuff. And both are exceedingly brilliant in different ways. I've seen your NSFW stuff, which is generally has an exceedingly lovely art style to it. But you don't give yourself enough credit for the good things that you are able to do. And I know you hate compliments. I know you hate compliments. But you have so much more talent than you give yourself credit for. Like the great Ali Sadiq says, if you can't be open about your problems and struggles with your homies, are they your homies? Exactly. Exactly. Like, your homies are there to look after yourself and look after you. And it works both ways. If you're there for them, they'll be there for you. And if they're not, if you... Like... Yeah, there's means testing to that as well. Like, sometimes you need a friend and you won't go to your friend Jeff, for example. Because Jeff just had a breakup and has lost his job. You're not going to go to Jeff for help in that situation, nor would you expect him to be offering much help to you. Because he's going through some shit. And that'd be like a both-way situation. You know, it's the way it goes. Very, very first impression was rough because he decided to use an awful pickup line on Tinder. And immediately turned it around by talking about socks. Which Mystery Girl had in their bio. Mystery Girl had a thing about socks in their bio, which now I look back at it, kind of sounded like a foot fetish thing. And I didn't think that through at the time, but like, it definitely sounds like... And I was like, cool, yeah, fine, yeah, I'll veer into socks. If I hadn't have done that, she wouldn't be here now. We could have another Mystery Girl. There were definitely, during my dating phase, there were definitely girls in chat that had matched with me on Tinder. And I know that to be a fact. Like, I know for a fact that there were girls in chat I'd messaged with on Tinder. Before Mystery Girl was around. But yeah. Absorbing everyone's negativity, but not releasing your own will impact you in a very negative way after a while. There are times you need to take a step back for and say, and I was always very aware of that, what I needed to do. You know? I was always aware of where my line is. Come on, Tinder girls, don't drop out now. Contribute to the view count. Help me hit partner. Just like... Maybe that's the secret to the... Maybe that's what the real partner push is. You just go on Tinder, you just swipe right as many people, and you tell them you're a Twitch streamer and try and get them to follow you. The worst as I had was when I was on... I think it was Bumble. I'd always get, like... You get random matches. And it would be like, hey, do you want to subscribe to my OnlyFans? And I was just sat there just going... That's predatory. Like... You're not like you're like matching with I obviously didn't bite because I've got no interest, but like you're matching with people on a dating site and telling them the only way you'll speak to them is OnlyFans. Like that is the most predatory shit you've ever experienced. I do think there are there are scummy tactics in all walks of life. That was bad. Hey, is Twitch connected to Tinder? That's not a bad idea. I'm from Grindr, bud. Subscribe to my Twitch there, sub. Yeah, if you sub, I sub. I might talk to you on there, might not. Well, we'll find out. Maybe my agency will speak to you. And look, at the end of the day, like, I completely understand. It's like, you know, in many ways, OnlyFans is good because it allows people to have a lot more freedom in how they work in that way. Women have more control over the money they make in that industry, which is something that there's still issues with it, but it's more control for themselves. But yeah. I don't think I hit the hip-hop line, but maybe that's the best. But none of us can remember it now. Went to construction for a while, but I was the cleaner. I think that's probably best for you. Just trading. I got to work 2 a.m. I didn't think you did like nights anymore, man. I don't think you did those anymore. And we just both forgotten when we thought of each other, why we're together, and now we just kind of accept we're together and it must be working. Yes. 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 Probably, yeah. We're together, it works. It works. If we question it too long, it won't. So, like, I think at this point we're just superstitious that if we question it for too long, it won't work. We'll move on. Like, thought you were right. Mystery Girl almost blew it on the first date because they were half an hour late. And Mystery Girl says, I wasn't half an hour late. And it was like, you were half an hour late. You were half an hour late to the date. I know. I was counting down the time. We were almost at the point of the date. Our entire relationship is the elephant in the room. The Mystery Girl started off strong, being half an hour late to the date, which is brilliant. I was not half. It was half an hour. Mystery Girl has awful timekeeping. And apparently, she forgets that. So not off to a good start on the first date, but it came off to a nice, a satisfying climax. Are we just carrying your streams on our back? 100%. I'm not sure what's going on, but we should all be the biggest fans of ourselves, as selfish as that sounds. You guys are amazing people with amazing talents. Don't hold yourself back. Give yourself that push, little by little, at your own comfort, of course. There we go. You see, this is why Durf gets the name Daddy. That is why he is Daddy Durf. He comes in with the dad response to remind everyone to love each other. I was texting you en route to let you know how far away I was at regular points. I didn't stand you up. You didn't stand me up. You were still half an hour late. Mystery, you're there thinking, if I text him to say I'm running late when he's already there, Like, you get to a date by 15 minutes early. You do. You scout out. You make sure that the person you're meeting, you're not being catfished. You work it out. Mystery girl, half an hour late. 20 minutes. It's going up, chat. I'm staying at my 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes. Give or take a minute or two. I'll give you that. Give or take a minute or two. I remember because my headset was dying. It's 30. It was 30 minutes. I'm giving you a minute or two. Like, it could have been 28, could have been 29. Like, it was give or take 30 minutes. It was closer to 30 than it wasn't. That pain in the ass for one time, yes. Hides under a bigger rock, digs a hole, and hides in the deepest pocket of the earth. LV is very allergic to compliments. By burying myself in a hole, I do not have to face this photography paragraph. Like the great I read that. Call the lads are ready to get you out when you're ready, or I'll join you. It's gotten better with time, but I'm too old for any of it in the meantime. Too set in my ways. That's the scary thing, isn't it? Think I put myself. I'm gonna let my homies know. Not that I have before. Cough. my homies would mock me for that. We'd laugh about it. It'd be a story, and we'd never forget about it. The only way to put the cherry on top of the LV glaze to a point of his mod. You know what? I love LV to bits. No. No, I don't want to imagine what a LV-less world would be like. No, I don't either. LV is carnage in corner, right? LV is carnage, but LV is the best kind of carnage. It'd be less on fire for once, or with less shaved moogles. But hey, those things bring character to an otherwise very barren world. You called me, I was a Tinder match. Now, Conic, we don't want everyone to find out how we met. So I swipe left stream when down. I came across someone RPing as a garden gnome on Hinge once. Like, just a garden gnome from their garden. Oh my god. That's brilliant. I found people doing Shrek a lot. Shrek. Saw anime characters a lot. Which kind of felt weird. Like, I feel like they were not women. I feel like they were people trying to do something. And there's definitely a lot of very obvious catfishes you found. I probably have screenshots somewhere. I'd dig them out. Oh my god, that's so scary and funny. Agency equals your pimp mystery. Oh, there we are. That's 5 likes. Oh my... Where are you finding these garden gnomes, LV? Yeah, but less naked. Yeah, that would pretty good. Yeah, he's less naked. Yeah. It's about to be 7:30 for me. I'm stuck in the past. You very much are. It is currently about half midnight here. Mystery Girl's just late to stuff. It's okay. Oh, Thing is, right, on a first date, didn't know. After the first date, I generally don't care. The only time I get annoyed that Mystery Girl is late is if we've got something booked, then we have to be there on time. We're meeting somebody else, or it's work. If it's just us, I genuinely don't care. Although her record of trying to be late, she really pushes it sometimes. Mystery Girl will push things so late, you're like, oh, we're not gonna make it. The fact that when we went to a wedding last year, I've told the story so many times. A wedding last year, and I was dressed. My best mate was dressed. Our other mate was dressed. My best mate's partner was dressed. They were in the car. Mystery Girl hadn't even put their dress on yet. Mr. Pig! Thank you so much for the raid, my dude. Welcome on in, raiders. How are you doing, man? How are you doing, Mr. Pig? Let me give you a shout out. For anyone new here, guys, I am the Entitled Gamer. I'm a variety streamer from Wales in the United Kingdom. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. I stream all kinds of different things. We have Monster Hunter Sundays at the moment. We've been playing Wild Arms 3, which we're playing as well next week. And we've been playing a little bit of Amnesia: The Dark Descent, which we've also discovered is the Dark Descent into my less insanity. They call him Mr. Pig! Pig, very much they do, yes. They actually do. Are you scared yet? Yes. I'm very scared, my man. I'm very, 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 very scared, man. Like, ridiculously scared. Although, I think the heart rate has, like, very much slowed down. But this was bad for a period of time. I don't want to know where it hit at its peak, but I think it was 128. Yeah, I love the game, but it scared me pissless. Yeah, that's where I'm at, because apparently this was one you did with your camera. LD was telling me. But yeah, this is a yeah. Like the actual the game's great. The tone it gives off, scary. Because I was trying with a camera in the dark, that's honestly impressive. I think if I was in the dark now, my heart rate would be in the 130 odds. 100%, it'd be in the 130 odds. What I've like, so 3 more hours of stream. We'll leave at some point. We'll leave it up. We'll sort something out. The stream will end one day in 4 hours. Do another 24-hour stream. Like we were having the discussion earlier on which one was scarier. Which one was scarier, Alien Isolation or Amnesia: The Dark Descent? And I think there's very big differences between the two of them. Yeah, I think there's some significant differences between the two of them, because I think yeah, I think because of the more futuristic setting of Alien Isolation, the AI is what carries the horror, whereas this, the aesthetic carries a lot of the horror. If spin price is criminal, then I would, but how do I make it free? You can't. You can't. You can't, because I'm in power and control. I think you mean fashionably late. Mystery Girl is always fashionably late. That's literally what she does. Just pin free spins all around. Do you really think you can pin free spins all around and that just gives you access to my free spins? That's not how it works. I don't care what people say. I think they're allowed here as long as they... Oh, well, 15 is my standard in fairness, but I arrived and needed to wait. No. You told... No, I remember the conversation we had. You were 5 minutes late before I got a text. Then you text me, and you hadn't left the house. You were half an hour late. I remember so intently that you were half an hour late that I actually thought that you were bullshitting me and you'd seen me and gone, yeah, I'm not interested in him, and just left. Have a good sob story, so unless he allows me a freebie if I'm sad or ill. Not anymore. I've seen any points you have. Not anymore. Germany being late wouldn't fly. In dating in general, being late wouldn't fly. So most people, if you're late for a date, people will just assume. So generally, if you're late for a date, like if you're 5 minutes late, it's normal. If you're more than 5 minutes late, like most people will assume that you are not taking the date seriously. So they will just immediately assume that. Which is a you know, not great. Title not following the rules. The men are never right in a relationship. I say Mr. Girl's more believable. How late was Mystery Girl? Narcotic using his mod powers? It's a pretty cool infinite content glitch that as long as people chat, stream never ends because you're always so behind. It's a great hack. It's ironically the best hack. I'm like Mr. Sausage, you never know what I do next. Is it unhinged? Is it normal? Will the kitchen be aflame? Will the oil explode? Exactly, all of the above, generally, I would argue. Title exaggerates for dramatic effect, but tries to keep it slightly on the edge of not being a lie. Oh, no, no, no. In this case, we're fully truthful. We're fully truthful. I gotta talk about lateness. The time we're supposed to be there is the time I start getting ready to go. That, oh my god, that would be insane. I would go mad. The later I am, the faster I walk. It's how I train my... God. But I don't speed up. My legs just move faster at the smaller pace. That's what my partner told me. God. The wheel speed... Yeah, the wheel speed price is what it is, alright? Chaotic has a mod. Do you have authority? Chaotic has authority, but that's the way it goes. Doesn't always work the way people want. Popcorn. What do people think we're gonna have? A row on stream? No, like, I hope not. I hope not. No rows on stream, please. People in a calendar factory were fired because they'd taken their 2 week. I can't help but say I'm kind of proud of that. I'm kind of impressed at that one. Am I calling him in chat? Look at my real life tears untitled. I deserve to be coveted by free spins. No. No, I know you have points. I know you have points. I legit know you have points. I don't have enough points. Spend them all waterboarding you? Nah, that's a good point. Sucks to be you guys. Did find Mr. Girl with abandoned umbrella photo shoot though. I can't. I only have 98.7 for the rate the wheel increases. I don't have enough either. Hey, look. 9 more days. We got 9 more days of freedom. And that's the important part. We got 9 more days of freedom away from every little shit that is there. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Well, I can't believe it's 20 to 1 and I wanted to end stream an hour and a half. At least when you lower the price to add the cooldown, you owe us? No. No. Nope. That and Sexy Rock Goddess, that's all I have. Yeah, we look back at it and go, we wish you'd kept our first conversations. We didn't think that far ahead. We didn't think that far ahead, frankly. You don't lower the price, I'll paint your room in old Paris green.
It's no use.
You're right, Trombone. It's no use, is it? I'll never win. How you doing, Trombone? Nice to see you. Yeah. So, Untitled was too early and 20 minutes wins. And on that note, I am getting tired. M Shady Lady. Okay. Well, chat, we will wrap ourselves up here. But put hot sauce in the pillowcases and fish behind his radiators. Please don't. That's also Mystery Girls. So, you know, don't do that. Isn't matter actually anymore for obvious reasons? Yeah, I imagine so. Well, guys, what a stream. What a stream. She's pretty funny. I gotta warn everyone because it will be a stark one for us to... Read! That's just read, that is. Read, you're just being mean to me. Even if it is accurate. This primarily is only used for when you are leaving but want to leave parting revenge. We will do when Mystery Go goes away the next time. Fuck's sake. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. It is honestly a privilege and a pleasure, as always, to do many wonderful things. I just got back from a shower, and we're leaving. No. Yeah, it's about 1:15 here, so I was like, I gotta go to bed, because I've got to get the place. Frankly, I have to like do 2 things to get this place ready. Like, I'm just gonna do my dishes from the night. Olga, get some rest, King. Thank you, my friend. I will be back. On Sunday. I'll be back on Sunday with more Monster Hunter World. Say I'm receiving proof I have him is real. Nah, I'm going out drinking I'm going out drinking tonight. Shit. I'm gonna drink it tonight, so I need to like actually have sleep. Basically, I need to make sure I actually have sleep. So guys, it's always a privilege. It's always a pleasure. It's always an absolute great time to be here. Honestly, thank you guys so much for being here. I love every single one of you. We got quite deep in the end. It was quite a deep conversation. There was a lot going on. Make sure you look after yourselves. I am so glad you all feel comfortable enough to share your experiences and your lifestyle in that way, and in that way, and your unique experiences, because that's honestly such a lovely thought that you're comfortable enough to share. But for now, please have a good weekend, guys. I will see you on Sunday. But for now, you know what time it is. It's time for us to get ourselves ready to raid out. Please, everyone, have a good weekend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, which doesn't really leave a lot. Just ignore that, actually. And I will see you all in the next one. But for now, guys, we're going to raid out to M Shady Lady, who's playing some Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. And I can see a cat on stream. So for now, let's raid out. Bye, everybody. I'll see you in the next one.